I fall apart, I start to flutter. Holding onto a little time for the rhyme and precision. I take a step past the waterline, try not to stutter. Desire's fresh in my mind again. Don't know who you are, what you mean. I thought I'd know by now. The fire's fresh in my eyes again. Searching for who you are, what I've seen. I thought I'd know somehow. You are divine. You are the pain that makes mistakes happen just one time. You are the certainty that keeps me searching, even though my life has been kind to me. You are the empty. You are divine. Desire's fresh in my mind again. Don't know who you are, what you mean. I thought I'd know by now. The fire's fresh in my eyes again. Searching for who you are, what I'll see. I thought I'd know somehow. I wanna be as cool as Newman. I wanna be as tough as George the Animal Steel. And with sophistication of Barry Mason and the wisdom of Brandon, now I'm ready to go with chill like James Dean. I wish I was collected like Connery. Now put them all together is what I wanna be. But without on my side, you'll still never like me. Oh, 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 oh,
Oh shit. Here I am like, oh, I'm just gonna start troubleshooting shit in the back end. Don't I know better than this? Don't I know not to touch too much stuff? As we are live and, you know, in the 5-minute countdown, it's fine. Anyway, happy Monday. How's everyone doing? Hope you had a good weekend. It's been a long time since I've seen y'all. Well, some of y'all. Anyway, Monk Creep, congratulations on the third first in a row this month. Damn. Not, is it in a row? At least third this month. I don't know if it's in a row. Third this month. Since my bot tracks that. It does not do consecutives because you're working the World Cup. Holy shit. Like which game? Also, Monk Creep, hello, hi, welcome, and happy Monday. Bob, hello, hi, welcome, and happy Monday. Keep talking. I'll read it. You're gonna send the pics too, and sharing is caring. That'd be fantastic. I'd love to see that stuff. It was the final. You were like miles away from me. Cause I'm like, you know, on the other side of the Hudson, and then, you know, on the other side of Manhattan. But still, within the vicinity of red. Did you feel the red pandaness? Were your ears twitching? You're like, that fucker's around. You know he's around. Okay, maybe it's like 20 or 30 miles, but still, you felt it. Oh yeah, I can feel it. Yeah, fantastic. I hope you had a good time. I hope you had fun. Hopefully, you know, as much as working anything, but getting to experience that would have been pretty sweet. Yeah, because I've been trying to figure out, like, okay, I'm starting to think again about, I'm starting to think about OBS performance. And I feel like my OBS is a little bit, like, it's not bad when it's just sitting around, but when I do transitions and stuff, I've wanted to, like, tone down a lot of stuff because I feel like the transitions, I think, are rough. Check out the chat. I will check out in just a second here. And I think it's because I'm trying to load everything from Google Drive. And while I put Google Drive on an SSD, I suspect, I don't know for sure, I'm not sure how the inner workings of this shit work, but I suspect there might be some overhead of all of that. So what I'm doing, and this is what I started to set up, I can't swap over to this now because there are way too many things to change over, but I put in a streamer bot action to start syncing all of my stuff that I think I use in OBS down. I mean, it's basically like from the Google Drive, which sits on my SSD, my second SSD drive, to just my second SSD drive. But not going through, however, because if Google Drive, if the XE is not running, the Google Drive isn't there. So I'm like, I suspect there's something. And it does caching. So like, let's just remove that from the thing. So I'm going to start with having everything still authoritative, the source of truth being in Google Drive, and then copy it out every time I open up StreamerBot, because I have a bunch of copies that run every time I open up StreamerBot. That's fine. And then at some point in time, flip them. So that way the authoritative drive becomes the external part of it. And then I just copy everything into the same folders. So that way I can add new stuff to just the drive, and then it gets backed up. So that way I still have backups of everything and all that stuff. And then when I change computers, it'll be even worse because then all the drives are fucked up, and that's fine. Because I fear that that's in my future at some point in time too. You know? All right, we're looking at the folders. Look at that. Sitting on the is that one of the team benches, or is that like the officials thing? Up on the stage at the end. Wow. Wow. Like down there just chilling in front of all that stuff. And then over there, that's fantastic. That's very cool. That's very cool, Moncrief. I like it. I like it. You set up the stages. Oh, okay, you were working that crew, which so cool. Cool. Oh, you were with the officials, or at least that you got a picture with the officials see. That's pretty sweet. That's pretty cool. Again, I hope you had fun with that. Monday, hello, hi, welcome, and happy Monday. Yeah, Discord mention. Yeah, check those out. Get to see Moncrief's a snapshot of Moncrief's experience at the World Cup final. My experience of the World Cup final was I was playing Satisfactory, streaming to a few people. It was fantastic. You met Messi, Jennifer Hudson, IShowSpeed, Shakira, and a couple other people. Awesome sauce. Very cool. Yeah, no, right? Like, it was one of those where I got up because we were expecting a delivery. So I'm like, I got to take a break really quick. And then I looked down. I'm like, oh, shit. Like, I checked Blue Sky, and then I saw people talking about the game. And I was like, all right, that's happening. Which is cool. You know, I'm fine with that. That's my own personal stuff. I remembered it was happening yesterday. But it was still just like, yeah, it's fine. On Creep, I think that's awesome for you, though. Seriously. Unironically. But yeah, I did. If you popped in, you saw. I did a little bit of just broadcasting to Discord. Since I've been playing a fuck ton of Satisfactory. And people seem to like that. So I was like, you know what? I'll just stream it out there. I'm figuring out how to do it. Just in case I get caught up in these kind of stuff anyway. And run with it. Then I can broadcast this stuff to Discord, and people can again pop in if you want. It's low energy. It's not stream. It's just gameplay, and I sometimes yap in it and stuff. Yeah, just a wee bit of Satisfactory. Yeah, I mean it is the largest single sport event in the world. Yes, In fact, it's probably the largest sporting event in the world, viewership-wise. Probably. The World Cup final is a big deal. It's every 4 years. In the middle of the stadium where you had potentially billions of eyes was insane. Exactly. To you and your proximity. That is wild. That is wild. I'm just not a fan of FIFA or the fact that professional sports is the playground of the billionaires, but that's my own personal opinion. Yeah. FIFA's corrupt as fuck. Instead we game games, exactly, which it's still cool. It's still cool. We could still appreciate, like, a lot of people really like it, and that's awesome. And there's a lot of things to celebrate and be excited about and happy about with the World Cup, with sport in general, and it's very cool. It brings a lot of people together. It gives a lot of people a lot of happiness. It also gives a lot of people a lot of grief. And unfortunately, it has side effects of other things that are less wholesome. I'm fixing the World Cup final. I mean, if I did, it worked. It worked. I also, if I was gonna fix the World Cup final, it would have been the third place game, which was apparently a banger. You think right, the world coming together. The first, like, 2 match days in the group stage when we're like everybody except for a few teams that got eliminated in the second match day, like, it's all like, hey, we're all coming together. And hopefully OBS is behaving. Yeah, it is. OBS is overall behaving. I'm just looking to, like, improve performance in a few key situations. It's not anything bad, but just during transitions, I noticed that my rendering pipeline takes a hit. And I've just been like, why? Because I used to have more things going on. Like, the panda in this scene is now a static image when I used to have it do a little animation thing. And I feel like what might be happening, I haven't done any traces to figure this out, but this kind of the thing is again, this is what I think about when I feel the vibe of a situation, of a thing, right? Think about what's happening at that time. This is not a good way to troubleshoot anything other than just Red's head, which has worked on a few occasions. Well, oddly enough. And so it's like, okay, it's loading in a lot of things, and I've got a lot of things set because I noticed that OBS, I have a lot of things set to when it's no longer loaded to clear out of memory, because I don't want OBS becoming this massive bloat, although I probably have the overhead to do it. But it was, the GPU was starting to get a little bit overloaded. Do I have Task Manager on? Not right now. I don't want to run Task Manager unless I'm actively looking at it, and I don't want to run Task Manager if I'm not, like, I don't want to run Task Manager if I'm trying to do something, because Task Manager takes a performance hit. It really does, because it's literally polling and displaying and rendering all that stuff. So Spout 2 can only do so much. Yeah, Spout 2 being the thing that this guy comes over, and then that guy comes over, and then what else? I think that's it for Spout 2 right now. Well, and then the other Spout 2 is between Vignon and VTS. But it's just like loading up all the assets that OBS does. See what's taking the most. Yeah, well, I mean, like, with it, so I work in tech. I have a lot of experience in the Windows world. What I'd do actually is I would open up, what's the thing? It's not Process Explorer. It is a Process Explorer. The task monitor is what I would open up, and I would open up. This is what I'd do if I was troubleshooting it right now. I would open up task monitor. I'd go to the disk view and I'd look at thing, and then I'd do a scene change and see what's all popping in and out, and what's taking disk time, or what's taking process time. And again, I suspect that it's Google Drive being in the middle there. Good managers are worth their weight in gold. Yes, they are. Oh my God, yes. Most managers, egotistical people who suck. Most managers were high performers who got to the top of their individual contributor band of work and wanted to keep going. And the only step there is manager. So these were people that were high performing individual contributors that are now trying to be managers, which is an entirely different job that they are not, like, good at. And unfortunately, because again, as a high performing individual contributor, you kind of hit the peak of your career in a lot of places, and there's nowhere to go except for into management. Let's grab the shiny new topic, shall we? That too. So how about damn bamboos, right? We got a nice little bamboo forest going. Or did anyone see any cute cats? Exactly. But yeah, like I'll figure it out. I just want to see what works with that. And honestly, I don't think there's anything to lose by moving to all the files to off of, like, not off of Google Drive, but being accessed through a different path. Remove that exe from the thing. Great. Hello. Hi. Welcome in. Happy Monday. How are you? How are things? Donut, I missed you. Hello, hi, welcome in. Sorry, happy Monday, Donut. You popped in, I didn't greet you. Assuming usual neighborhood cats are sad because they're mostly long-haired. Ooh, could be. Yeah, but once you get good management, you can move to other higher-paying company management positions. But again, if you're good at management, and a lot of people are good at their job, and what their job is not management. There's always there kind of is, but like that's why a lot of people then, at least I think it's more of a thing, at least in the tech industry, which is where I have my most experience, is that a big enough lateral move is to a new company. And so many people change companies because that's how you get a little bit more of a ladder above you. Without again going into management. But again, that's kind of the problem. Apart from the poop in the air on Thursday and Friday and the heat wave on Monday, God, that's good. Well, that's good. Yeah, the heat's been kind of wild. Unfortunately, the wildfires were kind of making the air quality a little bit shit. And then New York just got rained on Saturday, which was kind of cool, and it kind of helped. But not really. It's doing okay. Yeah, and made the air filters be amazing. Exactly. You walked 6 miles on Saturday. Impressive. Very nice. Yeah, stay as cool as best you can, though. Exactly. Oh, yeah. But yeah. That's why I was like 2 minutes late, but I wasn't really late because we're still technically 45 minutes early, 43 minutes early. Yeah, New York rain is so intense. Yeah, like it is pretty short-lived. I miss some of the Midwest rain. I did like both the like micro bursts that you used to get in the Midwest, as well as just the lazy all-day rain, which we haven't gotten so much. The thunderstorms in the Midwest are fucking wild. Here they're okay. Clyde Fox, hello, hi.
I'd like to remind you to take a drink.
Thank you, Great Call. I will take that drink. You end up taking 18,000 steps. You don't know how that'd be. I mean, it depends on, you know, what. Not every step is created equal. What's your stride length? How does that work out? Who knows? But yeah, insatisfactory. So if you tuned in on Saturday, you got to see me build out the first part of nuclear, which is just the uranium fuel rods and getting those going. And so we got all of that going. It was a big, long day. I did broadcast it on the Discord. And again, it was not a stream. It was just me broadcasting gameplay and then just occasionally yip-yapping here and there. I got more talkative as the day went on. Like 3 feet, maybe? That is a long ass stride. And it depends. Again, they're all like, you know, whatever. And so we got that. And then Sunday, I built out the plutonium fuel rod, which is the first stage after uranium, and you take the nuclear waste. And I realized that I didn't have enough water coming in to my uranium fuel stuff, my uranium stuff. So I had to redo that a little bit. That was a fun discovery. And then I got plutonium going. That didn't take as long. And now we're getting even more nuclear waste. And then I realized today, tail, when I got to phase 5, I finished off phase 4. So now I'm into phase 5, which is shit gets wild in phase 5. This is the final phase of the game. So I'm in the late game now. And then I realized now there's fixonium, I think it's called. It's what you do with the plutonium waste to then turn it into something that doesn't produce waste. Uranium people are gonna, I know, right? But I have some time before I even get that unlocked, so hubby wants to go for a walk for me a bit. Nothing interesting is gonna happen. Make it a fast walk, but have a good walk, Bob. Hopefully you're already out the door because it's been 2 minutes. But yeah, that's what I was doing. And I realized immediately, like, I've got so much more to plan, which means more spreadsheets. Not as crazy as the uranium and plutonium spreadsheets, but I was just wrapping my head around different ways to do the fix-it ingots and the fix-it trigon. If you played, you know, and if you don't, I mean, they're not hard, but again, it's just like, okay, I need more Sam, the alien material, the something alien material. And 39, hello, welcome in. Happy Monday. And then I had to combine it with either Criterium, iron, or aluminum, and I don't want to set up another aluminum thing. So I was like, fuck that shit. And then, so I was just debating, crunching numbers, seeing where on the map is fine. And that was after running around today. I had some things I had to prep. We had to get some paperwork stuff filed for some other stuff unrelated, but it involved going to the post office and then a pharmacy and then back to the post office and back home, then back to the post office. So much stuff. Your caps got stuck. Get excited, you know? And then it was just like, it was warm enough, and I ended up like, fortunately, catching a bus a couple of times because like, Jesus. And then booking some stuff because we're moving our storage unit next week. And then just like, okay, let's make sure that all this stuff is, so it's just like, okay, I didn't officially take a vacation day today, but I didn't get a whole lot of actual work done. But that's kind of normal. Mondays, I'm usually like setting myself up for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are my high, you know, my high productivity days, my heavy engineering days. I know, stay far away from the heat exhaustion. I did, when I got home in the middle, I did like just chug a bunch of water before heading out again. And that was when I started to catch buses, which was fine. Ow! That hurt. But yeah, a lot of running around. Morty, hello, hi. Welcome in, happy Monday. Yeah, just in time for the anvil drop. Just how we like it. Exactly, the bonkies. Yikes. But anyway, yeah, we're going to play some more Clair Obscur. We are into Act 2. I'm not going to talk too specific just because there are people who want to avoid spoilers. So once we get into the game scene and get in, then we'll be much more spoilery. But here, we're just in Act 2. And shit's going down. It's a little heavy. But it's also a few times, it's very summarizing. Where the game is just like, and then they had a deep conversation. It's like, but it would be cooler if you showed us the conversation game. Just a skosh, right? So. Friday, I have no idea what's going on. I might end up in a bit of a collab situation. I'm not sure. You're thinking of playing it again. Nice. I don't know if I would replay this. That's only just my own personal thing, because it's like, I'm enjoying this, but this is also not a relaxing game for me. I like it. It's very satisfying to just clobber people. And when I get into the rhythm of the combat is very satisfying. The combat is very satisfying, but I just don't know if it's one that I'd pick up again. You were relaying last week's stream to Tuesday, and she was, oh, what even? I know, like, what? What even? Yeah, I just gotta talk with the person and be like, what is the deal? They're pushing for it. I'm like, yeah, I could do it. Anyway, it'd be fun. It could be fun. A game I've never played before. So tune in, there'll be more. I just want to have some conversations and sort of saddle some things down. I also am thinking about doing another Jump Space collab soon. I'm kind of getting that itch. Because, and several people that I've talked to that have popped in are like, yes, let's do it. Like, I know Eisen's generally down. Wingsama seemed like they were down. Then I just need a fourth, which I'm pretty sure I could find somebody. Father Fireball seemed interested. I don't know. We'll see. There's no definite plans. I mentioned this in the community games channel, which is finally getting some use again. And this came out of late Saturday. I was talking with, I think it was Dark Rider popped in to the broadcast. 3 stream streak. Fantastic. Thank you so much for watching on a consistent basis. I appreciate it. And we had talked about just like doing some just like off stream gaming with people. And so I'm like, you know what? I'll just pick a day randomly. I don't even know if August 8th works for me. That's a Saturday. I need to check because I also realized that I said I'm coming up on my 20th wedding anniversary. My 20th wedding anniversary was last year. Coming up on my 21st now. Good God. I've been married for 21 years. That's coming up too. And I don't know if Sage wants to do anything. We'll see. So if Sage wants to do something tonight, then that's not going to happen that night. But just the idea of like, let's get together, let's play, if people want to just pop in, play some games, golf, golf with your friends. There's a golf game, Super Battle Golf, maybe. Yeah, the concept of time, exactly. Thank you. It's been a trip. It's been good. You know, it's not always easy, but it's been good. Golf with friends. Yeah, there's golf with friends, which is the like, golf with friends is fun. And then there's the Super Battle Golf, maybe. I just need to throw some ideas in there and then see what people have. And also, I will offer this depending on the game and the finance situation with the game. I could potentially gift some copies to a few members of the community that want to participate but don't want to or aren't in a position to. So there is the possibility of like, if you want to, Red might be able to help you out. Just saying. Because I want people to be able to play. You've got golf with your friends. You don't have Super Battle Golf though. Okay. You have $5 right now. Okay. That don't go purchasing anything just yet. We don't know what the game is going to be unless you want to or know anything about it. Don't be doing that. We will right now is still just gauging interest. So they're in the Discord on the community games channel. There's just a poll right now. They're sort of like, hey. And right now, a lot of people are like, the general consensus is, interested in principle, depending on the game. There is someone saying, can't that day, but would still like to do it. And I'd like this to be a semi-regular thing. And I was like, I almost said Discord mention. You don't have super, yeah, but again, like it depends. But I'll start throwing some ideas. If people have ideas, then go for it. Or also like, I kind of threw the term out friend slop. And I know we talked about friend slop on Friday. And I know like, yes, the term technically has negative connotations, but I think we fucking own that shit and say, you know what? Fine. If y'all want to call it friend slop, we'll call it friend slop. But then your ability to use that term against us just goes away because now we own it and we embrace it. So fucking deal with it and get salty. Because it's just, just that. But it also kind of describes a certain type of friends, right? It was on Friday. Okay, I'm like, I couldn't remember. The days all merged together. But it does kind of describe a certain type of game, like peak, RV there yet. Some of those style of games. Repo. But I want it to be like accessible to people and chill. And ideally, something that's more of like a pop in, pop out as you can without a huge amount of commitment. Because again, we've all got lives. We got shit going on. But today's Monday. We mentioned it again. And today is the 57th anniversary of the moon landing. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Morty. Repo, Peak, web fishing kind of fits in there. Atlas. Atlas is a game that I played a little bit of it. It's a lot of fun. Atlas is a lot of fun. I wouldn't mind playing more of that. And you're seeing Rocky Horror on Thursday. Are you seeing it on Broadway? Or are you seeing it someplace else? Because it's currently playing on Broadway. There is a revival of it on Broadway right now. Yeah, you played a Lethal Company. Yeah. Lethal Company is another fun one. That makes a friend of mine sent you a text with a moonwalk gif. Yeah. And then it's been 57 years since the moon landing, and then 50 years since something on Mars. I don't know. Morpheus has posted it on Blue Sky because Morpheus is a big space nerd. In a good way. I mean, hell, right? TF2. I used to run a TF2 server, series of them. Oh, your Fringe Festival. Okay, so it's local. That's cool, though. Awesome sauce. Yeah, we used to. I haven't played TF2 in a long time. I've got a lot of hours in TF2. I've got over 1,000 hours in TF2 in my life. But that was because once upon a time, we're talking over 15 years ago. That was my social life, was Team Fortress 2. Popping in with people. I ran a couple of servers. It was mostly one, but we had two for a short period of time. I ran a server. We had a group. We had a PHP BB forum system. We had a clan. It was a whole thing. So yeah. couldn't get into. We have like 4K hours in VR chat. I could also like VR chat's a thing, and now you don't need a VR headset to do VR chat. I know Eisen's doing a VR chat meetup. I really need to get myself in there because I'd like to join and at least pop in and say hi. Because it sounds like it'd be neat to do, and I want to make friends on VR chat, like, or at least connect with people I know on VR chat. With that hourage, right? I mean, listen, right? We don't judge. The Fringe Festival is a potpourri of different stage performances. Hey, that's kind of what Fringe Festivals are, though. It's kind of cool. Back in college, multiple decades ago now, in college, I had some of my friends that used to go and do the Scottish Fringe Festival. Do that stuff. I was never, I could never do that. Like try VR chat, but you don't have an avatar model they can play with. Yeah, I need to like befriend people and get my rating up so that I can get this model into, or not this exact model, but this model loaded in so I can be me in VR chat. But at the same time, like I pop into VR chat, I kind of look around, and I say, wow, this is a weird place. And then I just leave, Your VRC friend paid for your first FurryCon room stay. Oh, he named a purple fish after you. Well, that's cool. Yeah, see, that's what I'm like, I just need to get into it. But then at the same time, like, yeah, it's me. Socializing online is hard. You met, the Edinburgh Fringe. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, is the Edinburgh Fringe Festival. Yeah. But this is like going back pre-2002. So late 90s, early 2000s. So over 25 years ago was when this would have been. God, I'm old. I'm not super old, but I'm older than a lot of the people on Twitch. That's the point. Chat room stuff off with the IMVU. What is IMVU? I know this. I feel like I know this. I feel like I've heard this before. You met Whispers in a random black cat instance. That's wild. Yeah, Twitch definitely skews younger, and especially VTubing space. When VTubers, I don't agree with this, but certainly I don't agree with this. But when VTubers start to get called hags when they reach like 26, like, ow, bro. Old Flash 3D cat. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Oh God, you're hacked. I know, right? I'm practically dead. I'm 47, like I've said. I know there are those older than me around, even in this community, I'm sure. But like, I definitely skew older. You're middle-aged, right? Practically for this shit. Oh, you're 44. Okay, you're like in my ballpark. Yeah. I know, right? Like, Jesus. You're 29 and a lowly PNG. Hey, you know what? PNGs are valid too, and PNGs are fantastic. I keep meaning to. I see you on TikTok all the time. I'm just always like, I just need to pop in and say hi once. But I see you on TikTok all the time. You're tiny plush-like PNG. Oh, hey now. I started as a face cam, and then I moved to PNG. And then I moved to live 2D, and then I moved to full 3D. And we see liking on TikTok. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, PNG tubers are great. Or as I call them, ping tubers. Although apparently people give me shit for that. Well, one person gave me shit for it, and I'm like, whatever, shut up. You're linking the stream chats. Awesome sauce. Appropriate in that way. But it's a valid way to say it. I think it's a valid way to say it. PNG, ping, I mean, do you know what I'm talking about, right? That's kind of how language and communications work. Yes, you can nitpick some of the terminology and some of the other stuff, but ultimately, like, are you conveying the idea? Language is a living thing. Language is mutable. Like, it changes over time. It evolves, the trends and things. You could be dropped way back, hundreds of years ago. And while they're technically speaking the same language as you, it's just it's an incomprehensible version to you because everything is different in it. Ping tube. Yeah, don't yuck my yum. Exactly. We're having fun here. Exactly, Clive Fox. You're being supportive. I love ping tuber. Now, if you get to be a trace route tuber, let me know, and that's wild. I feel like Tuesday would have made that joke, so I have to make that joke on behalf of Tuesday. Before the question got banned at work, I used to love to ask people. That was one of my like go-to questions for basic, like, okay, you want to come in and be a sysadmin at my company. Cool. Let's talk this one specific thing. How does traceroute work? And go. And then we'll talk about it. And it was fun. I loved it. You wish you'd thought of that one? Well, I'll give it to you for free. Yeah, that's Tuesday what that was about. Traceroute, Tracer T. Does anyone know the Tracer T thing? There's 4 people connected to Google right now. Yeah, we love Tuesday's puns. Exactly. And it was fun because then going back to the interview question, like just talk about, okay, cool. Do you know how traceroute works? And I really hope they would say no. Then I'm like, well, it's cool. Let's talk through how traceroute works. And then we'd have a whole discussion around traceroute. And then you get to ask the fun questions of like, okay, now that you have a high level understanding of how traceroute works, can you like tell me some ways that it's not the most informative tool to use in these situations, that there are possibilities of it giving you bad information back, or at least information that's not exactly what you're looking for. And then that became something that too many people knew about, and then they banned the question. It's like, okay, fine. It's in every DNS server hop between you. It's not DNS server. It's not DNS server. It's every routable hop. So how does it work, Morty? How do you get to that? I relate pings every router and Tuesday just sighed. It doesn't exactly ping every router. It does use ICMP. It starts with a ping. Yes, it is ICMP, which is the same protocol as ping. But how do you determine, because these devices are transparent on the network. They're there, they do their thing, they will respond, but you don't know every IP between you and the place that you're going to. I'm pretty sure you know it shows the route and IP, something like that, yeah. You're a hardware guy, yeah, I know, just keep your network stuff. So what it does is there's the concept of time to live on a packet. TTL. Now, there is also TTL on DNS entries. This is not, it's the same basic concept, but it's not the same thing. Because the TTL on a DNS entry is measured in time, like actual time, whereas the TTL on an ICMP packet is measured in hops. So therefore, if you're gonna figure out what all the hops are between you and the thing you're going to, you're gonna send out a series of ICMP packets. You're gonna just increment the TTL each time. So the first time you're gonna send out an ICMP packet with a TTL of 1. It's gonna go 1 hop. That hop decrements the TTL to 0. It says, sorry, this packet is expired. It reports back your packet expired. When it gets that report back, it says, hey, wait a minute, this is the device it came from, and it shows you that IP and says that's hop 1. Then it's gonna send out an ICMP packet with a TTL of 2. That's gonna go 2 hops, do the same thing, and it's gonna send it back, then 3, then 4, then 5, etc., etc., etc. This is how you determine all the IP addresses of the devices that are routers in between you and them. The thing, not a hub. It needs to be a layer 3 device, I think, not a layer 2 device. Now, the tricky part is that as you get into that sort of weird nebulous area in between you and your destination, which on a small network, you're not going to run into this problem. Your routes are pretty clear. Unless your network admin is insane. But when you get out into the internet, the OSI layers, exactly, right? Like there's OSI, which is the 7-layer model. But then there's TCP, which is only technically 4 layers, I think. But it has the same basic concept. As you get out into the internet as a whole, the packets can take different routes each time. So therefore your trace route, while it gives you an idea, when you get in the middle, it gets a little bit weird. It can also fail because certain devices can be configured to not respond to ICMP. from certain ranges. So that's where you get those like those star that like black hole area, because it's like the packet went out there, but you didn't get a response back because those devices, for security reasons, have been configured to not respond to ICMP. As far as I'm concerned, the 7-layer model is a type of burrito. Honestly, Taco Bell says yes. Well, it wouldn't be a hub because it needs a route. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because the hub's being layer 2 devices. Meaning a hub is just a dumb, like, or is that even just technically a layer 1? A hub just forwards everything everywhere. A switch keeps a MAC address table of which MAC address it's seen off of which ports, and it will then forward only the packets off the ports that it knows that MAC address belongs to. You failed, but also passed Cisco classes. I took some classes on Cisco hardware and Cisco stuff as a concept, but I did not take official Cisco classes. I have not taken my CCNA. I once had plans to try to do that, but I don't need it anymore, so I'm not going to worry about it. MAC address. But you have a PC, I know. Where do you get a Linux address? Jesus. And then a router is the one that can bridge different networks. A switch can really only just say, all right, this, that. It's all the same, unless it's like a layer 4 switch, but even then it has router capabilities built in which, but you need a trunk port. It still technically needs to hit a router. There might be ways to short circuit. I'm not the best networking person. It's fine. Cisco CLI. Oh my God. I would just look it up, honestly. Hub fires everything, right? You can do a packet storm off a hub. Yeah. I'm correct about the switch. Yeah. If you're buying hubs in 2026, stop it. Unless you're literally connecting like 4 PCs, 2 PCs maybe 3, stop it. Buy a switch. Switches are super cheap now. And it could just be a little simple, like off-the-shelf Walmart switch. It's fine. Just get a switch. They're better. Also, for security reasons, get a switch. Yeah, there's no shame in looking stuff up. Yeah, like I don't care if you, when I'm interviewing somebody, I don't care if you've done a rote memorization. I don't care if you like can cite off all the different flags on switches. Cool, that means you've done that. But what I care about more is the concepts behind this stuff. A trunk port is where you ship your lumber. A trunk port is where I put my luggage. Router can have virtual distinctions, vetworm networks. Hubs are also fun for, packet collisions. CSMC, no. Yeah, CSMCA, right? Character sense multiple, no, CSMACD. Character sense multiple access with collision detection. I knew this stuff once upon a time. Granted, this is also going back 20 years to my time at school. And now I'm like, I like the networking stuff. I remember some of it. I'm dangerous in some ways. I took a class where we ended up getting into subnetting. And I ended up telling the professor, not the professor, just the instructor, to be like, can I just teach this part? Because you're getting it wrong. Just sit down, teacher. Let me teach the class on how to do subnetting. And I did. You're more of a Windows, and that's the great part about all this stuff is like, there are okay, all right, we're going to take a step back and then we're going to move on to a different topic. But I don't mind this stuff because, again, I get into this, but I'm going to say this, that tech is such a wide range of fields and technologies and things where it's okay to be involved in a tech discussion with other tech people, even in the same job as you, and to have them say things that you're like, I don't know that. And you start to feel that imposter syndrome creep in. That is okay. Not everybody knows everything, and that's fine. You will more than likely know things that they have a similar reaction to. And that's good. You want a team of people that has a wide breadth of knowledge to cover a lot of different topics. Subnetting is a can of worms. Now, all I know is IPv4 stuff. I have not learned IPv6 as well. IPv6 is a big old frickin' mystery to me. I vaguely understand why my computer has roughly 500,000 IPv6 addresses. But I also can't help but, which is how you ended up explaining Aristotle's Lantern to Tuesday yesterday. I'm not familiar with it, but I believe it. I believe that it's absolutely a thing here. Yeah, everybody's knowledge is different. That's cool. Exactly, right? Like, so I happen to know this slice of things. Grape Collie knows this your stuff, right? I happen to, Morty knows this other slice. Like, we all know different stuff, And that's okay. Just because someone knows something you don't doesn't say anything about your ability as a person, at your job, at anything. It just means you don't know that. And that's okay because you haven't seen it yet. It took me a long time to get to that point where I'm like, it's okay that other people know shit that I don't. In fact, it's good because I know shit they don't. IPv6 isn't something you should know. We've been hearing for a long time that IPv6 is like, we got to do it. We're running out of IPv4 space. But then we're doing fine on that still. I just know that I try to turn on IPv6 on my network, which I've done successfully a couple of times. And then DNS resolution for all of my host names, just Unified doesn't like it. And so I turn it off. I'm like, we have 6-4 NAT for a reason. Or whatever the IP master IP NAT is, stuff like that. Yeah, people are smart, exactly. Like as I get older and more set in my career, I'm just like, you know what? It's good. I don't want to know all this stuff because then people are gonna ask me questions. IP6 is more for local networks.
Would like to remind you to take a drink.
Thank you, Grape. I will. Aristotle's lantern is a reference to Aristotle seeing the insides of a sea urchin and noting that its mouth parts looked like a lantern and the name stuck. Aristotle's lantern. I like it. So anyway, yeah. I'll just leave it at that. Just because I know that we threw out a lot of things. And I talked with great confidence about certain topics. It doesn't mean I necessarily am speaking correctly. I just have the ability to speak confidently. And if you felt a little bit lost and you're like, maybe Red knows more. No, I don't. I just know different things. I touched on a few of my hyper focuses. It's fine. Again, well, your knowledge is valid. Your experience is valid. And you bring things to the table that other people don't. And that's why we need you at the table. Stuff like that. Yeah, confident sounding voice, exactly. I know the responsibility is real. I've learned, yeah, like Red has a certain phone voice, has a certain voice for radio, and I've also learned that I can have a rather not confident sounding voice as well. And I try to lean more into the not confident sounding voice in certain situations, especially because the confident sounding voice tends to grab random words to fill in, and the confident sounding voice goes faster than my brain does sometimes, whereas the less confident sounding voice is more like, okay, stop, think about it, and then I'm going to try to, let's see if I can switch into it. And that's when I talk more like, okay, we're going to, yeah, I don't have a topic that I'm speaking on. But the not confident sounding voice is a little bit more down here. And it's more of a thinking before I speak voice. So that way I can, know what I'm saying before I do it, before it comes out of my mouth, and make sure that I have the terms in there correctly. But it's also one that purposely doesn't take up the space as much, because I don't want to drown out other voices. So exactly, you can troubleshoot most things. And you know how to, honestly, knowing how to Google is one of the best things. I know how to look up how to solve a problem. The tricky part is, yeah, thinking before speaking is not a bad thing. No, it is not. I'd say it's an excellent thing. I would say it's also fun. It's also fun when you get, okay, we're going to go back to that voice. I think it's also fun when you get to the point where you find yourself in a situation where you really can't Google the answer. It happens. I found myself in those situations, mostly because you're doing things that are very bespoke, very I don't know, something like that. But it happens. I found myself in that space. There was a time at my job where it's we are doing things that literally no one else is doing, because there's so much proprietary stuff at my job that what we're doing is we're trying to take these Microsoft products and not do what Microsoft wants them to do, but we're trying to figure out what they can do and how we can abuse them in fun ways to get them to fit into this environment. That's all. But yeah. This is a great opportunity, if you have not already, to grab your daily bamboo, grow our bamboo forest. That goes away during the game. You can still contribute to it then. Don't worry, it'll come back during the break and at the end. So it's still there. Cool projects. Exactly. I do miss those. Fortunately, the team that I'm on now, my third team at my job, is back into a space where like, hey, we've got to solve problems in interesting ways. We're sort of in an unbeaten path right now. We're in this like middle ground. There's certain beaten paths that we can follow better than my first team could. But there's also times where we have to go off the beaten path and find interesting and creative solution. Which I like. Yep, so there's the daily bamboo you can grab if you want to. Once you collect 30, you can exchange those 30 for one stream of a game off my backlog or shelf list. Those are out there. You don't have to. You can just collect them all you want. It's fine. If you're feeling spicy and risky, you can do the bamboo or bamboozled, which is risky for the biscuit. That gambles one piece of bamboo. You either lose that piece of bamboo or you get a bonus piece of bamboo. It's about a 50-50 chance. The RNG does get spicy from time to time. Not always, but it has time to do that. Like right there, we're 1 for 1. Congratulations, Morty. You get your free bamboo. There is, if you have 7,500 channel points, you can do that 25% discount. That brings the price down to 22. And you have to redeem it on the stream that you're going to use it on. And it's a one-time, you can only make one bamboo request per stream, so you can't save up a bunch and then just hit a bunch of requests. Once you've done one, the bot says, no, you've done one, you're done. Sorry. Now, if there is a game that you like that you notice is not on my backlog or shelved list, you can go talk about it, mention it in the gaming room in the Discord. I will take a look at it. If I feel like it would be a good fit for me on stream, I'll add it to the backlog, and then you can request it from there. Which is definitely a good way to go. Exactly. We do occasionally raise the price of a bamboo request, and that is just to balance as our little community grows and as more and more people come in and start to collect it up. I just have to be able to balance how frequently these come up, because I don't want to have my stream be so full of games I have to give to people, have to play for people, that I don't get to play the games I want to play, or that now I can't do something like this where we play through the entirety of Clair Obscur. So yes, because we started at 20 and then went to 25, now we're at 30. So that's why it acts as sort of a currency. Some people will have their daily check-ins, and when you hit milestones, it does it. But I didn't want to have to figure out those milestones. That was too much. So it's just a currency. So that way I can change the price up or down, and I don't affect the things in the past, and it doesn't like cheat people out of their stuff. I'm going to try to yap for another 7.5 minutes, which really means another 10.5 minutes. We got first round of ads coming up, and then we'll get into the game-ish if we haven't done it by then. You want me to beat? I don't see us stopping this. So we've got that going. I don't see us stopping Clair Obscur. It's always an option, right? But even what was it, last stream? Where I started to get a little bit salty, one of the bosses, we then beat the boss, and honestly, that was, again, it was it's given me a lot of confidence that like whatever the game throws at me, we'll be able to handle. Will I struggle? Absolutely. Absolutely I'll struggle. But we can adjust, we can learn, we can go. I know a speed run. Yikes. The only thing I've ever speed run was, I wouldn't even call it a speed run. I played Stray. So when Stray came out, I knew, I'm like, I want to play this game. I absolutely want to play this game. But I was in the middle of some other things on stream where I couldn't get to it on stream. So I ended up playing it offline first. Stray's a great game. There's some content in it that can make some people uncomfortable. I've heard of some people saying they didn't like some of the enemies in the game. I'm like, that's fair. That's fair. They're kind of squicky. But then I wanted to play it on stream, and so there is an achievement in Stray. If you can run through the entire game in like 2 hours and some change, there's an achievement for that. So I know Squicky. I couldn't think of how to describe it. So Squicky popped into head. So we did a speed run of Stray on stream, which meant I took a break in the middle because there was one section that I wasn't quite sure how to do. And so fortunately, the way the achievement works is you do it the first time on one save slot. So we popped over, I started a new save slot for it. We started running, and then I stopped right as I got into that section. We jumped over to my other save slot where I'd beaten the game. I jumped back to that section and did a quick like reconnaissance run through of the section just to say, all right, this is what it is. It's the area with the tree and you're running on the tree. It's a very story heavy section, but I wanted to know what beats I had to hit in order to do it. Everything else though was just straight through one shot. We died a few times, yes, but otherwise it was just running through, and we did it. There is a moment, there's a clip, you see my face, just be aware of that. Content warning, Red's actual real life face. I have debated, I'm just gonna say this because I don't actually want to do it, but I thought it'd be funny to put up a channel point challenge, whatever those are. Those ones where the group contributes over time for a face reveal. People have started to see my face. My face exists on my Twitch channel. But when it came time to do a face reveal, like have it be like a raccoon ping tuber or something like that. Something stupid like that. But but I'm just gonna tell the joke here rather than do it. So if you suddenly see Red doing a push for a face reveal, you should be suspicious. You should absolutely be suspicious. Or don't. Maybe it will actually be a face reveal for people who have not seen my face. But again, go into the clips. It's my face is out there. Yeah, be safe, be suspicious. Exactly. If you see something, say something. Normally go, yeah, Jimothy VTuber model, right? But no, it's not too silly. Jimothy is so fucking adorable. If you're not familiar with Jimothy, go find it. You saw 5 neighborhood cats and now you have ice cream. That is awesome. And Bob is back and we are still yapping. Do be suspicious. Do be suspicious. Do be suspicious. 97 rates. We're gonna have that song going. We're definitely gonna yap through the ads now because ads are coming up in 2 minutes and some odd set. 3 minutes ish. Because there's that delay between when the ads manager countdown hits 0 and when the ads actually start. Lamesville. I know we could all get ice cream, right? Do it somehow. See, if Roz were here, hi Roz, future Roz. Roz would be chomping at the bit for ice cream right now and would not leave me alone until I promise everyone ice cream. It's fine. Yes. I know, ice cream Austria sorbet. Sorbet, yeah. Oh, I don't think it'd be for me though. Somehow Roz is convinced that I can send everyone ice cream. I don't know how that works. Just like Orpax used to give me shit for not giving actual nuggies. And now Bob and people give me shit for not giving it. I cannot send this food over TCP/IP. Or UDP. Either one of these things. You fire, then you miss. You're gonna have a popsicle. Do it. He had a trolley gummy popsicle. It was weird and delicious. I've never had one of those. Yeah, that sounds like an experience. You try that for the first time on Saturday. They're virtual nuggies, right? You get your chicken nuggies by watching. They're down depending on what device you're watching on. TFTP. Just randomly send nuggies to some suspicious TFTP server. Interesting. Although I guess like I could set up the TFTP server and then you all could grab it from there. Then you're all grabbing my nuggies over TFTP. 474, 427. Monday is 55. No, 50. 2,573 away from the 500,000. And as far as I know, Monday is the closest next person to the 500,000. Monday's getting there. It's still like, that is still like frustratingly far away, but like 50,000 is, well, based on the math that I've done before, since it takes about a year to get to 100,000. We're not gonna talk about that. Twitch let me give away channel points. That's all I'm saying. I want to be able to give away bonus channel points at random times. That's part of the reason I liked doing my own currency system, because I could give out points, but like it doesn't, channel points are far superior to any currency system you have. Unless it's bamboo. But bamboo is simple enough. Oh, that's not counting your save points. Oh, so Monday's sitting on a trove of nuggies. Hopefully they're frozen. So I do notice that Monday likes to trot out some of the expensive ones. Oh, you just have ways to go. Ah, again, if you, okay, so a general announcement, since we're in ads and most people can't hear it. Reminder to those people that can hear this though, if you are approaching one of those Hall of Fame milestones, 100,000, 250,000, 500,000, and you have a chunk of points you need to burn to get you over that line, that like you could just burn through a bunch of redeems. You know, you could do a couple of raid roulettes to burn that down. But if you just want to burn a whole bunch at once, there's that nothing redeem down there. I think it's at 20,000 points right now. I will change the cost of that redeem to whatever number you need it to be. It mentions that in the reward text, but nobody reads the reward text on a lot of these things. I get it, because the number of people who try to type in actual text for the post-it proves that no one reads it. But just know that nothing redeem exists specifically to burn channel points. Ideally for one of those. I'm not going to drop it to like 50 so you can just spam shit. But if you're 32,000 away, I will change that to 32,000 and we'll go. Yeah, the redeem text is so hard to skim. It really is. And any kind of formatting that the streamer tries to apply to that, Twitch is like, fuck that shit. Here's a block of text. Now that said, I will when I'm going into a new person's stream and I'm starting to explore their plethora of redeems, which I realize I have an oppressively large amount of redeems, and that's okay. But as I try to explore that, I sometimes will click into one. I'm like, I want to read what this says. I want to know what I'm doing, right? Much in the sense of like, I want to be able to lurk without being called out. Like, I want to know like what level of interaction am I about to kick off? Am I going to regret this? Or can I do something that's nice and easy that I can just fire for a little bit of gremlin chaos and then like be chill, you know? And just redeem, obviously. I mean, that's a thing. That is absolutely a thing. And those uppies frenzies count towards it, but it's one apiece at that point. So you're not getting same with that other one that Bob likes to do. They all become one apiece. So yes, they count, but they're not getting you far. They're not getting you far. That happened with a new stream you did about a month. You clicked on something. No! Morty is not the chosen one tonight. Clicked on something and ended up doing something very gremlin-y. I mean, I love that sometimes. God, that's the history of that one is fun too. But it just exists there. It's fine. Morty, have you seen what happens when someone is the chosen one? Not that I'm offering to kick it off. Okay. Well, hopefully you get to see that at some point. It's a thing. It is a thing. I'll just leave it at that. Oh, fuck. I should probably go change those two because I think all that stuff is also stored. Oh, fuck, stinks. Maybe that's why that, I don't know. It's kind of, it's kind of like one of those old broken down carnival things where like you could tell it had its better days, but it's trying really hard. And like the limbs are kind of broken and you can hear the clicking of the stuff. Like that's kind of the point of that right now. Yeah, the Nuggies are my family song. It's so you gotta save them, try again. Exactly. It's a whole song. And there's a whole thing, there's a whole series of things that goes with the song. I wanted to find the most annoying song about Nuggies I could possibly find, and believe it or not, I succeeded. I succeeded. Here's me like it's just easier to play it, but I don't want to play it. I want people to earn that one. And then so that was it. Okay, here's a little of little history lesson on Red Stream, and then we'll get into the game. Let me take a drink. A couple years back, I think this was in my face cam days too, so this is how long ago this was. I decided to drive my community up the fucking wall, and I did. I set up a scavenger hunt with a series of quests for everyone to do. And the very end of, I needed something for the end of the scavenger hunt. When somebody finally completed the final puzzle, the final quest, and I came up with that. So that was the like final like quest of the scavenger hunt, was that thing kicked off, and chat had no idea that was coming. Granted, they had no idea anything was happening, but it was I think 5 quests. I learned some lessons. I've wanted to do another one, but like I just haven't had the energy to set it up again. Lessons were learned. It was fine. But yeah. So you'll note if you pay attention to when that goes, there are quotes that come up by people in the community. And that was a part of it. I collected some quotes at one point. God, that was one of the worst. Oh my God, that was one of the worst. Because one of the things, okay, I would not do this again, or I might, is I wanted people, again, it was all to like drive engagement, drive discovery of my socials and things, or like drive engagement on the stream. So one of the middle quests was super fucking annoying, where there was a redeem that was active. It was, are you the chosen one? Which is, so that's sort of a meld of it. And so what needed to happen was, in the background, my bot chose at random from people that were present in the stream, a chosen one, and it cycled it through every 30 minutes, I think. And so there was a chosen one, and the person who was the chosen one needed to do that redeem while they were the chosen one in order for that quest to be successful. I didn't tell people this is how it worked. I just had some vague thing about being the chosen one, and the right chosen one would have to step up. Now I did it. It's complex and not entirely clear what's going on. So I wanted people to like start to figure it out. I did have a little way. I did have a little hint that would pop up in a very subtle way that told people who the chosen one was. Now the trick is that redeem also had a cooldown, and the cooldown was rather long. So it wasn't in chat's best interest to just spam that redeem, because by the time it came up again, more than likely a new chosen one was there. So, but I used to pop up in the upper left corner, every so often a so-and-so was first. It would just pop up briefly into the corner and fade out as like, hey, this is the person that was first. I added another pop-up that said so-and-so is the chosen one without telling people that was the thing. Boop. So if there was an eagle-eyed person paying attention really closely, they could see the chosen one, and that was always the correct person at that time. So if you're paying attention and saw your name and then went to do the redeem, you could win that thing. Dark Rider, hello, hi, welcome in. Happy Monday. You could get it. But again, I didn't tell anyone how this shit worked. Cooldowns are so 2020, red warm downs are the thing now. Oh my God, stop living in last century. I know. So yeah, so that was that thing. And there was other things like, again, and so I changed that, are you the chosen one? I added a text field that said, give me a quote about nuggies to see if you're the chosen one. And that just collected quotes and it put them in a file. That file still exists because it gets used by the are you the chosen one thing now. And it just kicks off. Yeah, you got to put the bonus if going to thank you. So yeah, so that was the ridiculousness of that particular one. There were, that was like my most evil thing. There were other things I had where you had to go and find, like, I gave vague descriptions of places for people to look where they had to find information. And then one of them was a what I thought was a hidden Discord command that if you went to my YouTube, my old YouTube, not my current YouTube, and it was, if you found, I did Lego builds, and if you found one of the Lego builds and took the Lego model ID number and use that as a Discord command, so exclamation mark this number, that was like one of the quests. And the idea was once one person got it, then everyone would figure it out. But one of the members of my community, who shall remain nameless, but is one of my mods right now, just decided to because Discord will tell you all the commands that are available. So just said, Discord, give me all the commands. And then there was like, hey, wait a minute. What's this one random number thing that's there? And I was a little salty about that. Because like, technically that wasn't the way it was supposed to be done.
Oh no.
But I allowed it because I'm like, you know what? Props for being, I don't know. Props for using the tools. I'll allow it. And yeah, but again, but then I explained to people, this is what you were supposed to do. And by the end, they were like, Red, what the fuck are you smoking? Does that mean we say things about nuggies we're more likely to be chosen? No, it was completely random. It had nothing to do with that. The text entry was just a way to collect, because it was in the middle of that phase. I didn't know how I was going to end the fucking thing, and it was in the middle of that phase, that stage of the clue thing, that I realized, okay, this is what I'm doing. I need quotes about nuggies. So then I changed it after like a week or two to say, all right, put in a quote about nuggies. Yeah, nuggies aren't your family because you're not made of wood, filer, and paint chips. Yikes. Yeah, the surprise, there is none. I know. Oh my God, nuggies are my family, my father, my son. Jesus Christ. Reddit and Urine Still streams are so much. I'm glad you like them. They're fun. And it was Silfern who figured out the thing, because Silfern was good with that kind of stuff. So I was like, you know what? I'll allow it. And then there, oh my God. Yeah, because I tried to get people to go to like my YouTube. I tried to get people to go to my Mastodon at the time, I think. I was like purposely choosing to get people to go to certain things to kind of discover that stuff. So if I were to redo that, which maybe I'll figure it out, maybe when I'm done with the satisfactory stuff, I'll put together another scavenger hunt. That would be the goal again, is to like discover, like, here, go and find my TikTok, go and find my Blue Sky, you know, find some information that's on these. Still hold her stream and tech skills in her right? In her kidneys, you right? Yeah. Her kidneys got her tech skills, and that was, kidneys don't do tech skills, and it was a problem. Was good. I don't know what that was in reference to, but it was. So yeah, and then the final thing was they had to cheer a certain number of bits, or you could, there was an alternate command that you could do that would, because again, I didn't want to make people spend any money. The point was to find a hidden number to cheer that number of bits, or you could just say, hey, issue this command that was somehow roughly equivalent. And that would have what kicked off the final thing. I have the spreadsheet somewhere of who won it, but it was wild. Yay! It was wild. Did someone say bit? Yes. But
hey there, Bob Canes. Looks like someone's in the mood for some bits and cheer.
I mean,
as
yes.
long as those bits aren't causing any glitches in your game, all's good. Keep the positive vibes flowing and let the games begin.
Dude.
Remember, in the world of gaming, every bit counts towards victory.
I guess so. So yeah, so that was that. And I started to put together another one. But then LP kicks off the glitch. So that's good. That's good. But then I started to put together another one, but then I just sort of got I got a little bit like bogged down in the details and I couldn't quite figure out. I started to plan it out. And again, ways to like encourage people. So that's what I want to do if I do this again. Ways to encourage people, be more open to begin with. Because the last one, I know we're so far in the weeds right now, but that's okay. Because the first one was like the very first quest got you access to a hidden channel in the Discord. So immediately, like, not everyone can see it. So do away with that. Have it be public from the beginning. And have it as a way to, like, encourage people to work together. And I started to figure out ways to, like, do that, but it's fine. Anyway. You would never link Discord to your other accounts. I mean, that's valid. I did log into my Fluxer and Stoat accounts again recently. I didn't do anything. I have nothing over there, but it's just like, I don't know. I saw someone mention Stoat. Stoat got some feature. I was just reminded of it. I'm like, maybe one of these days. But it's hard enough to get people to join a Discord server. Could you imagine being like, could you join my other weird random app that no one has? Which is problematic because so many people have X-only channels. There is that. There is... I mean, so Twitch and Discord have a nice integration where, like, again, if you're a subscriber, you automatically get put, and there's a subscriber only channel. It's the, what the fuck is it called? There's a subscriber only channel that has subscribers. And if you're in the, it's the Panda Pack. It's the Panda Pack. And also it has, like VIPs are in there. The Hall of Fame gets in there. So you don't need to be... You don't need to contribute financially to be able to get access to that channel. Nothing happens in there. Every so often I'll post some like preview stuff. Itch has Patreon integration, but not Discord. Wow, really? You want to see Sill's sub channel again, but no Discord linking. Well, there's that too, yeah. I was in Sill's, but again, I stopped subbing to Sill. Started using Fluxer's one. You guessing more people start. Yeah, I was like, I at least made sure I could get back in. I recently updated my profile picture on Discord and Blue Sky and Mastodon. I rarely use Mastodon. So I updated it then too, so it's the same. I'm hoping to get another thing to use as a profile picture soon that I might actually swap out the other official ones, but you want to go spam it with photoshopped grinder sandwiches? I know, right? I mean, I feel like that works though. You love the idea of Mastodon? Yeah. So, okay. One, it was Fluxer. All right, really, we're gonna if we get in the game, great. If we don't, we don't. So I finally actually clicked on. I could probably just show this. Actually, I don't think I have it linked here. Do I have it logged in? Fluxer. Can I quickly open Fluxer here? Got it. Okay. Which, by the way, it's me. It's the same. It's Red the Panda underscore on these things as well, too. Do I shit talk Fluxer? Yes. Which is also shit talking other communities, too. So we're going to piss people off right now. It's going to be fun. You need to move instances, you're in denial. There is that, right? Like, part of me always wants to go back to a solo instance on Mastodon, but I don't want to run an instance, is the thing. People were so bad about tagging politics posts, and the only solution is not to be there, right? You like your instance, but too many people think it's a bad instance, and I wonder about the reach of VT.social. The problem with Mastodon is Mastodon hates being social media. Okay, maybe not exactly, but Mastodon people are really opposed. Not everybody, it's probably changing over time. But a lot of them are like, we don't want advertising on here. We don't want to see brand names on here. We want to keep it, which is valid and fair. But when I did run my instance that a few people joined up to, I got a report of, again, it was mostly streamer focused, but I let other people in. I got a report of one of the people who unfortunately I haven't kept up with, shared one of those like one of those energy drink things, and someone reported it and said this is advertising bullshit. And I'm like, no, because this is how some streamers like bring in income. And it just made me realize, like, yeah, Mastodon hates the kind of things that streamers need to do. Like certain types of self-promotion, Mastodon is not for, or doesn't do well on Mastodon. And I feel like being on a VTuber instance, which I am, I feel like a lot of people will just carte blanche block VTuber instances or streamer instances and stuff like that. Now, granted, these are the kind of people who would never be in my audience anyway, but it's just that kind of like, you're working against so many things that it just seems like if your goal is to be a streamer in some form or do that kind of self-promotion that streamers kind of need to do, that doesn't fly as well on Mastodon. Like, if you want to talk, like, that's why I try to keep my Mastodon posts more like, I'm going to get into the details, the nitty-gritty and stuff like that. And I feel like that's better on Mastodon. Okay, Mastodon strikes me as more of a public instance messaging than proper social media. Like, the connections I made there were so much more personal. Yeah, so much more personal. I met actually Silfrin and a lot of other people that are now very in this tightly knit community. I met Silfrin on Mastodon. And we sort of like, yeah, that's cool. And then found a small community that's become very much my community now. Yeah, Mastodon is the worst for people who need to make money. So exactly. Mastodon hates that shit. And so many people block that. And you're at the whims. Now, granted, Mastodon is now also so many servers. And unfortunately, like, you kind of need the weight of a server that has some pull, that has people there in order to be able to break out of that containment. And going to a solo instance where it's just you, like, your discoverability on Mastodon is now tanked. Unless you are already a known person, trying to get discoverability off a solo instance, forget about it. Not happening. Yeah, Mastodon really dislikes self-promotion. Exactly. That's why I don't even bother trying to do go live posts anymore. Game devs also had that. Yeah, right. The lack of algorithm. The lack of algorithm is great because you see what you want to see. But then also, like, again, discovery sucks. Some people embrace that, but it's also like, it's hard for people who rely on that. Now, granted, Blue Sky has a little bit more discovery, but not as much. It's wild. So many artists have enough trouble doing self-promo. Yeah, they all deserve support. Exactly. But that's exactly what makes great for more person. Yeah, like, the kind of connections you make are great, are very good. The highest of quality is what you're going to find there, but finding those connections is not easy. And all the banned instances is generally good, but it means, yeah, big instances have bad discoverability. Like Mastodon.social or whatever the really big one is. So many people have started to block that one. Like, the drama involved with it, like, you are at the whim of your server, your instance admin, your instance owner, as well as so many others as well. So it's great. I would love to see it get more traction, but, like, it's not going to be good for streamers doing streamer things. Don't know how most people use Mastodon, but your impression has been that people rarely use. Yeah, like, the Discover tab is kind of crap anyway. Tech that LGBT is blocked by one of. Yeah, well, because again, like, some people, their own prejudice start to come into play. All right, so I realized immediately. This is Fluxer, by the way. This is my view. I'm in the Discover tab on Fluxer. And this, people, again, you can feel free to disagree with me on this one. You can feel free to tell me that I'm wrong. And I will acknowledge it. This is my prejudice coming in. But this is, I have done nothing on Fluxer. This is a default view of Fluxer, right? I've just signed in a couple times. I've never joined an instance. I have no friends on here. Like, I've got nothing. Nothing. So this is about as default an instance, an experience you could find. And this is why I'm like, Fluxer's boned. And I'll explain in a moment. It's easy to pick a good, yeah, right? It's easy to pick a good Mastodon instance. All you need to know is their stated rules, their enforced rules, how active the admin's mods are, and their alliances with thousands-year blood feuds with other instances. Exactly. Tuesday gets it. Your first Mastodon server exploded because people harassed the admin for not insta-banning. Right? And that shit. So, okay. So we have, first up here, we have Fluxer HQ. Cool, that's normal. And then we have themes. Seems fine. Fluxer developers, cool. These are your suggested instances. And then boom, Linux gaming. Boom, Linux hub. There was another down here, Arch. I'm sorry, but any purported social media site where some of your top suggested communities are heavily Linux, is not going to be very user-friendly for people who are coming in from like your average person, like your Sage Iris level of people. And I say that with love because she's a great, like, non-tech person, just wants to find a place to hang out and find people. This is not going to be an instance for those people. This is not going to be an instance for those people. It's not going to be a good experience. It's not going to be a great place for them to just hang out and find casual people to do this stuff. You're boned. Sorry. You can feel free to disagree with me. You can call me an idiot for that stuff. That is fine. And you know what? You're probably right. I'm not actually signed in on this one here. But yeah, that's my opinion. And you can see down here, this is in fact me. I am signed in. Here, let's get a view. You can actually see it. It is actually me. That's based on my own experience with this stuff. It's like when half the Mastodon discussions were just nattering about distributed social media itself, right? Like, there comes a point, it's okay to have these meta discussions, but at some point you have to move past them. For your social media site to actually, like, get legs and become established, you have to get past that discussion of we're not the last place. Of this is how, you know, like the meta discussions about the social media. You need to start to bring in the discussions about other things that people have. Wait, is that Discord? I don't even know what Fluxer's thing is. So when Discord first did the first round of outrage over Discord, a lot of people were mentioning Fluxer and Stoat.chat. I have accounts on both of those. I wanted to secure my name. And I just recently asked again, what do people use these? Is that what's going on? Because I'm just curious, because again, that Discord thing is coming up again. Now also at the same time, there is that idea of this ID verification is not going to stop at Discord. It is not a Discord thing. This is actually a government thing. The moral is we'll wait and see which one takes over. Exactly. And until then, there is tea. Exactly. The nice thing about Fluxer is they give you 50 sticker slots for free right off the bat, unlike Discord, which gives you 5. Plus, Fluxer is open source. For people who care about that, yes, the open source is a great thing. A vast majority don't give a shit. A vast majority of people do not give a shit that it's open source. That means nothing to them. I think that is good because it tends to be better. More people have the ability to add to stuff, but will they? Just because the source is open, are you gonna go and read it? Can you understand it? Would you be able to identify a vulnerability if it was staring you in the face? You've got to have watch parties in your candidate and your boring life admin, right? I've debated if I should do watch parties in the Discord. I don't really want to though, so yeah. I think it's Hive. Oh my God, Hive Social? Hive Social was a hot mess. Hive Social was an absolute hot mess. I was on it for a little bit and then I ran so fast from it. I don't remember the reasons why, but I just remember it was a hot mess. I think people underestimate how much effort it is to run a public server. Really? Seriously? Go try to run a Mastodon instance. Go try to run a Mastodon instance of any number of people. See how your costs do. See how expensive it becomes. And especially like, there are people on Mastodon that were thinking that, what is the Fediverse broadcasting stuff? There's this is the one I did the math on. Someone's Discord, I did the math on this. And that was like, if you took someone, I took Corgi Cam at the time. Corgi Cam had done like a 400 person stream on Twitch. That cost Corgi Cam $0 to stream, other than of the actual cost of that broadcast. Yeah, there's all the setup cost that goes into it, but that's everywhere. So that's effectively neutral. In order to do that same thing on whatever it was that is the Fediverse thing where you have to pay for yourself, it would have been like thousands of dollars based off of AWS costs, where you have to like pay for the distribution of the stuff yourself. Bandwidth is not cheap. I don't know why, but bandwidth is not cheap. The problem with Stoat without getting political, is where it's based. See, this is a thing too. Stoat is based in the UK. Yeah, and the UK is at like the forefront of the age verification laws. And with their laws changing to add age verification to everything, Stoat will have to comply with it. Exactly. So the exact thing that people are running away from Discord, they're going to run into smack dab with Stoat. Same thing. Blue Sky is starting to see it, depending on where you are. Certain states in the United States, certain countries out in the rest of the world are starting to get those age verification things pop in. So really, the better thing to do, but unfortunately it's not really a good solution because it's more of a nebulous, is to fight those laws rather than continually hopping from place to place to place. But fighting those laws is not easy, and it takes collective effort. Yeah, underestimating the cost too. My Mastodon instance was costing over $30 a month. I think it was in the 30 to 60 range. And it was a small instance. I had like maybe 10 generous monthly active users. But thanks to the Fediverse, I'm also pulling down content from all the people those people follow. So there was egress and ingress bandwidth. Yeah, but also just effort. Sysadmin plus mod. I also got to the point where I realized I don't have good enough knowledge around Redis or any of the other stuff that Mastodon runs on. So if my instance straight up broke, I would be struggling to fix it. I am not familiar enough with the technology that Mastodon runs on to confidently know how to configure it and tune it. And that was another thing. I'm like, I'm relying on what other people are doing. Now you're reminded of when you, oh fuck, I gotta go pop. Congratulations everyone, you made me pop over to Chat Arena, which is good. Now I'm reminded of when I looked up Glymesh's expenses, a failed try to make a Twitch competitor, and wanted to cry. Bandwidth is not cheap. You need audience, and ultimately, eventually, you need some form of cash flow inbound, which for a lot of the internet means advertising. Yeah, with Blue Sky. Tech.LGBT posts their instance cost every month, and it's nice to see, but more than you expected, right? Again, like, it's not cheap. It's not cheap, especially now, like, compute's going up. Bandwidth is always going to be one of your big expenses, as well as, like, if you're a big enough instance, you got to store stuff, so now you got to store things. You need some form of bucket storage, and that's going to grow a lot. So between Stoat and Fluxer, as of right now, seems to be the better option. Thank you, Dark Rider. I'm going to keep an eye on that. I might stand up a server in one of those, or at least, like, click the create server thing. I'm not going to push it, but I might just, again, have a space. Can you link a post to the cost breakdown for Mastodon? Yeah, absolutely, Bob. You can, yeah, post that shit. You can either post it. It might make more sense in stream chats, but if you want to post it, I don't know, text spam, but that's more for new stuff. But yeah, post it in the stream chat. Yeah, I'm always open for people posting that kind of stuff. Yeah, the admin is always posting about troubleshooting. Yeah, right? Like, it seems really interesting. I started to, like, conceptualize, because there's, like, the components of Mastodon. There's of course, there's your web front end, which is serving the web traffic. You've got your database instances, which stores the post data, the user data, things like that. There's your web bucket storage, which is like your media, your all that stuff around posts, which is either storage or ideally like an AWS web bucket, a Google Cloud bucket, something like that, because that stuff can grow large. And then you have all of your like runners. I forget what these are called, because again, it's been a couple years since I've ran this. And the runners, so that's sort of, this can all exist on one piece of hardware, which is what my instance was the size of. But you can also break this out, and your like half dozen different runner services can actually be their own server. And so you can again, you can put it behind a load balancer. You can have multiple front-end web servers. You can shard out your database server. You can have your web buckets are going to naturally have their own sort of load balancing once you shard out to those, or do your own storage layer, which there's a proxy layer in between there that I was just easier to throw at a Google Cloud bucket. So I think it'd be really interesting to run it as containers, to do it like either Kubernetes or Docker, and have individual containers for each of those components. And so therefore you could, if it's Kubernetes, you can scale it, you can do all that stuff. But again, you're now using distributed compute and all that stuff. And then you could regionalize it, and you could start, again, this is the kind of shit that the back end of the internet does. So And one of the good things about doing a Google Cloud bucket is you could throw a CDN in front of it or attach it to a CDN, make it into a CDN. I don't know how that terminology goes, but you could, there's a proxy that can, and there's a caching layer, and you could just cache it out globally. So therefore the heavy content can be close to the people that are accessing it. Whereas your database is all in one spot, but the database is going to be relatively light content. That's just going to be like light calls. And as long as you're not slamming it with too many connections, you're going to be fine. But as far as like, yeah, Red starts talking job stuff. Whenever you have trouble pronouncing LGBT, you can always try Los Gibbities. I like that. Because I keep getting tripped up on that one. Oh, Tuesday's referring to a video on Tumblr that was ticked. Oh, okay. Yeah, designed to scale up, but not designed for easy solo hosting. Exactly. So like, it is well designed where it can scale big, but at the same time, like that's complexity now. Whenever you start to move components to different compute containers or different server hardware or different server instances, like you're adding in layers of complexity. And I just realized that combined with, wait, what do you mean I'm now having to have I need to have an opinion about whether or not we should defederate from this other instance? And the people like, I don't know. I don't want, this is a lot of responsibility for a Red Panda. Right? Stuff like this is why you really dislike web dev. I know, exactly, right? Some of it's really cool, but at the same time, like, I'd like to leave some of that to other people. You just want to write code to do cool things, right? I don't want to have to stand up like Terraform to do this shit. I just yeah, right. I just want to write my little Twitch config language, Go binary, that just runs and is super fast. Not manage server components, and certainly not, yeah, right. I don't want to have to like track RPC flows and figure out like what component is bottlenecking and how can I scale. Like, I don't want to deal with that shit. That was my job for a while. I'm less in that space now. I'm more in the smaller space, but for a while I'm like, I'm dealing with a planet scale time series database. It's not really a database. We're dealing with hundreds of millions of QPS. I've got to be able to figure out what's going on with this stuff. There are folks who can, yeah, exactly. There are stuff that know this shit inside and out, and they are the reason why this kind of stuff exists and works. I don't want to do that though. Can I? Sure, I can kind of do it, but I'd rather not. You already have enough trouble using a Terraform to scale your grave cluster for when I seek revenge. Oh my. I'd never have to deal with CI/CD again, right? I know, man. Jesus. Yeah, like again, I like the idea of it, and every time I think about I'll jump, because I'm so fucking finicky about my Mastodon instances, but there's certain things I like about vt.social. First off, the character limit on post is customized out to like 3,000. And like, if I want that, I'd have to then maintain a patch for Mastodon. I'd have to go through and like hand modify config files or something else. Like it's not just a simple run this update. It's run this update and then reapply these configurations. I don't have to remember that shit. I'd eventually get tired and script it out, but I don't want to. It takes the work out of deployment. Yeah, not really though. It just moves it to a different stage of deployment. It gives you work for deployment constantly instead of when it's convenient for you. I know, right? Like it just moves it. Maybe it can scale better in certain situations, but unless you're dealing with like large scale, a lot of that stuff is just not worth it. Yeah, the tick stack is clearly superior, right? I am not familiar with tick stack. I assume it just means that shit's broke, yo. Well, you guys wanted a just chatting stream. Reddit's a 9. Fuck. Is this? I feel like this is now a just chatting stream. And you know what? Fuck it. If we're gonna chat the entire time, we're gonna chat the entire time. The conversation is flowing and we're on a roll, and we're gonna let it be what it's gonna be. Damn it! Exactly. Red got in a little like rant about a few things. Again, I want to make it 100% clear. I'm just one middle-aged red panda on the internet. If you disagree with my opinions, please do. If I am being disrespectful about my opinions, you can call me out on it. Or message a mod and be like, could you tell Red that he's being a dick? And my mods will slap me with a trout in the back end, and it'll be fine. The back end being on the Discord mod channel, not like that. Just you should shut the fuck up. Yeah. Red rant more about server management. I know, right? I should. Most of the way, yeah, we're like 20 minutes out from break anyway. So like, let's just see if we can get all the way to break on this. Right. So like, okay, since we're ranting and we're kind of on a roll with this stuff. Blue Sky, right? What is up with that? I am mildly amused. There is a movement of people. There is a critical mass, maybe not a critical mass, but some of the early adopters of Blue Sky. I can think of one person in particular. I will not mention their name. They maybe know I exist. It's not worth a call out. Did it break again today? I don't know. But it's more like some of the early adopters of Blue Sky were gung-ho, are still very much gung-ho on making Blue Sky unappealing to advertisers. Hence why there are people that insist on calling a Blue Sky post a skeet. If you don't know, there's a Dave, no, who does it? Lil Wayne? It's a naughty word, right? It's a naughty word. Let's just leave it at that. Because they think if they call them skeets and re-skeets, that advertisers won't want to touch that. Advertisers will think that's a little bit too edgy for me. I won't ruin your social media site with my advertisements, right? The problem is, one, most people don't give a shit about calling them skeets. I'm sorry. As more people come in, the culture will change and shift. In the very early days, the sub 1 million days before my time, people were very much on board with these are skeets, right? Yes, everyone's like, they're skeets. Yes, we could do this. You just Googled it. Yep, there you go, Bob. You figured it out. And then as more people come in, your culture is going to change. It's what happens. It's just like if you're on a small team at work and you add a person, the culture shifts. You add a second person, the culture shifts more. You subtract a person, the culture shift is not inherently good or bad thing. It can be a net negative or a net positive, but it is not inherently a good or bad thing. It's just a shift. Now, as more people come in, less people are going to be up on this whole skeet business because it says post. Right? It says repost. It says quote repost. And so your little movement's going to be diluted to an extent. And then also Blue Sky themselves are not on board with this. And I'm sorry, running infrastructure on the internet costs money. As much as we want to think that it doesn't, they only have so much venture capitalism that they can burn through before they have to start bringing in cash flow. They have to. So the two ways that we do that on the internet right now are, one, people pay for the site, aka Mastodon, a la Mastodon, i.e. Mastodon, or two, you advertise and you bring in, you monetize the content itself, you advertise the content, you advertise to people based on the content, so you bring in external cash flow, which is more of the model on the internet, because then it's free to you, but if it's free to you, you are the product. Monday. Oh no, Monday's found out. Have I introduced? Have I corrupted people? Corrupted people. I appreciate there's a viable Twitter alternative, but also right, like Blue Sky's not the best. But at the same time, Blue Sky is fuck ton better than Twitter. Twitter's the literal Nazi bar. If you still have a Twitter account, I would very much encourage you to stop using Twitter. I'm not in a position where I'm going to start saying we're going to cut off people because, look, I'm not one to judge, but like, please stop using Twitter. disable your account. If you're not going to delete it, please find someplace else. If your concern is that you don't have the same reach other places or that the exposure is not the same, well, you got to start sooner or later. And starting sooner is better than starting later, to starting building up your audience in a new place to make it more viable. Yeah, we do need Blue Sky to make money yet. What did Mastodon set on? The official word is toot. Mastodon, I believe, is still toots because of the it's a elephant-like creature and the toot. You know, it's a Mastodon, right? Part of why Blue Sky is viable. Twit alternative is that it actually realistically has a path to make money. It does, and they're gonna push that. Even the guy that threw his phone in the water to cool it off. Everyone dunk on that guy. You both, I'm not against ads per se, and you haven't realized because I've been using ad blocker for so long how bad ad can get. How bad, yeah, right. And also how much of an attack vector ads can be. It's literally a cross-site scripting attack. The official word was to, because H-Bomber guy said he'd donate $500. Oh, okay. But is it now something else? Food blogs can have unreal, right? Because food blogs are like, I imagine that's a target. So you get a wanting break from ads, but we need new place to, I 100% recommend and support running a browser-based ad blocker, and if you can, run a DNS level ad blocker, run a network level ad blocker that just black holes those DNS requests, and subscribe to a good list so that way you can block bad stuff. As it's known, it's never going to be 100%. Nothing's going to be 100%. It's always a cat and mouse game. They changed it back to post a few years ago. Oh, okay. If you're on miskey based interest, it's note. Miskey. If we want to rant about something, I hate how every social platform is becoming FOMO, right, Dark Rider? And also like combination FOMO and then the trend chasing. I don't know why I've suddenly become more aware of trend chasing, but I've become more aware of trend chasing. And it's kind of annoying me. I was doing it for a little while, not in huge amounts, but I would jump on a trend every now and then. I can't guarantee I'll never do it again, but it's just like, God, it's amazing. You go to TikTok. I love TikTok. TikTok is a great way to doom scroll and waste time. Is it good for you? No. Is it probably bad because of like the algorithms? Probably. Do I acknowledge that and still use it? Yes. Will I push anyone else to use it? No. But like, you just scroll through TikTok enough and you're like, I've seen this exact same thing done by about a dozen people now. Because one person found success with it. Now everybody has to recreate it. Chase that trend. Good God. It's annoying. I don't have a solution other than just to swipe on, scroll on. Don't support it, but still. You just like too because you imagine a herd of mastodons happily tooting at each other and retooting in response to other toots. Yes, I feel like that's a really good image. TikTok seems like it's repeating a ton of trends. Yeah, TikTok, there is a non-insignificant portion of TikTok that feels like it's just trend chasers. I have unfortunately started to fall back into more of Instagram for certain dopamine hits, and Instagram is just as bad, if not worse, than TikTok for trend chasing. Like, my God, is it annoying. You're not on TikTok and you think that's nice. Exactly. That's it. Not on TikTok is a good place to be. Sage and I love to send each other little funny things. There is genuinely funny stuff on TikTok. There has been at times, it used to be a really good place to get like actual information on things. But since the ownership changed hands somehow, it's now owned not by whatever entirely. Like there was that, it shut down for a day. Some people pause it long enough just to move server stuff. It wasn't the move to meta thing that there was no that could have hadn't done, but like the algorithm has been suffering over time. It's getting more and more shitty. They've started to suppress more things. That was always going to happen. It was always going to happen. But it's still like, again, TikTok is good for what you want to make of it. If you make a conscious choice to stay away from certain content, you can keep your FYP in a good, happy place and get fun stuff. It'll also turn on a moment's notice, and if you're not careful, you'll find yourself down a rabbit hole of it pissing you off. The key is to take a second and think about it. And yeah, no, I'm not. We're not playing Clair Obscur right now. We're just talking. We're going to talk until the talking is done. And honestly, we're going to hit break at this point. And that's great. Like, That's a really good thing. This is one of the biggest lessons I took away from therapy. And then I'll catch up on chat again. Again, we're just doing chat and bursts right now. So it's really good to make a habit of checking in with yourself. What's my mental state? If you're engaging with social media, how is this social media affecting me? How is this general interaction going? Is this making me anxious? Is this making me angry? Is this making me happy? To just build those in, like do it every minute, every few seconds, consciously, not every few seconds, that's a bit much, but until it becomes truly a habit that can kick in without you doing it, it's really good to just check in with yourself. What's my running temp? Where's my head's at? What's going on? Where's my head at? What's going on with me? And then ask yourself, am I okay with this? And if the answer is yes, I'm okay with this, carry on. If the answer is no, I'm not, disengage from it. Start to ask yourself, and then you can keep going and going and going. Why do I feel this way? You don't need to do this part, but if you want to, you can start to really understand some things about yourself. Why is this pissing me off? But it's more important to recognize that it is pissing you off, that it is making you anxious. And then say, I am going to disengage with this, whether that be close the app, whether that be put the phone down. The 5 whys. I'm not familiar with those off the top of my head, but yes. TikTok feels important if you need to market. TikTok, I bought shit off TikTok more than any other thing. So yeah, people will spend money on TikTok. I fortunately do not need to, so I can say the heck away. There's that too. Same with Instagram, yes. Tumblr shares a ton of TikTok stuff. But then you kind of need to know the Tumblrverse. The Tumblrverse is an interesting place too. Tumblr is one of those, again, it's very much what you make of it. Very much what you make of it. But yeah, check-ins are nice. It's the handy tool. But yeah, but basically like this is, I felt like I got to a good place where my sessions with my last therapist were like starting to get a little repetitive. Like, okay, I feel like I've learned this tool enough where I feel confident using it on my own without needing to check in with a therapist on it. Hold on. But checking in with yourself and then just making that choice of like, and also recognize that your brain, now granted all of your thoughts originate in your brain and all that stuff, but it can be helpful to think of your brain as separate from yourself. Even though, again, this is where all the thoughts are coming from. It's sort of metaphysical, but you are not your brain. You are not your thoughts. Your brain has the motivation to protect you from perceived danger. Now, what is perceived danger? That can be any number of things. It could literally be someone threatening violence on you. It could also be your brain reading signals that aren't there and creating danger that doesn't exist. This has been a big thing since 2020, since the pandemic, since the world kind of kicked into weird overdrive, that a lot of people, I would even hazard a guess that most of us went into this like survival mode at the time, and we've had a really hard time as a society getting out of that state, getting out of that survival mode, because certain powers that be realize this is monetizable, that this is something they can capitalize on. So, or they can use it for their own other nefarious purposes. And so they have manipulated what you can see in certain things, not everywhere, to keep you in that state. Because give people something to be afraid of, and then present them with a solution to that. And that's how you keep people under your control. A lot of people think about, yeah, exactly. You ask yourself a question, and then you ask yourself why, and write a follow-up. Okay, at minimum, yeah, you just go, exactly, why, a minimum of 5 times, yeah. But that by the time you get to the 4th why, you'll likely have uncovered what's actually going on, and it's multiple levels deep. So yeah, I did know that of like, yeah, you just keep going down, and you'll get to an answer eventually because you start to recycle things. It took therapy to help you figure out how to stop surviving and start enjoying life again. Yes. Yeah, people are a lot more angry nowadays since COVID, and not just on social media. Exactly. Part of how you stop just surviving is not using social media and ignoring the news. Dude, I still use social media, but I ignore the news. And honestly, like, has it bit me? No. Like this stuff, that kind of stuff that they're reporting on, it's going to happen regardless of if I pay attention to it or not. And I have just as much control over it if I pay attention to it or not pay attention to it. So I tend to choose my focus on what can I actively contribute to that is going to do good in the world. Or this is really important if you're in a place where you can vote for your representatives and your government, especially down to the local level, vote for them. Vote for the people who most closely represent the things that you want to see in government. There are some interesting movements going on in the United States where we're starting to see a little bit of political shift that is giving people, dare I say, hope. But yeah, exactly. Local government is so important. That's why I say local, because again, it's also important you vote all the way up to the top, but it starts local. Your local government has so much more influence over your daily life. And when you start to put the people you want in local government, then your local area starts to look more where you want it to, and then it expands out and you can put more people into places because of that. Cough, gerrymandering, uncough. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, vote, exactly. You sound like a little stout. It bothers me so much that people only bother to, right? Like, I've missed I think I can count on one hand the number of elections that I've missed in my area since we moved to New York 9 years ago. And there's been a lot, so I've been to far more than I haven't. It's some single digit number of things on one hand, even. Because again, like, and I know I unfortunately live in an area that is very much aligned with my own political beliefs. So I have that luxury of, I can trust it if I don't show up that enough people are still going to vote the same way that I want to, but it's still important for me to get out there and make my voice heard. Missing 0 elections in 2010. Bob, that's awesome. I'd give you a star if I could. But yeah, showing up and voting in at especially local levels, because the local levels, again, have the most influence over your daily life. So just pay attention. You don't have to be perfect. Don't beat yourself up over it. If you, and again, another thing, this is Red's just life advice, because we're gonna hit break any moment here. It's don't strive for perfection. If you hit perfect, great. But don't strive for perfection in the way where if you stumble, you throw everything out. Don't do that. Give yourself the grace to say, I had a bad day. This day is a loss. I'm going to try again tomorrow. I'm going to let this day be a mess. This day is done. I'm going to come back tomorrow, or I'm going to come back next week, but it's come back is the point. Don't give it up. Make sure you check back in and get back up into the game. Yeah, give me a break. Give me a break. Break me off piece that Twitch ad rev. We're going to get the Bezos bucks in a minute. Yeah, which can include breaks and rests. Yeah, exactly. So that's all stuff. But yeah, very much so to go back to the therapy thing, which I said most of it, but again, just like recognize that your brain is going to tell you stories. It's going to make up stories because it thinks it's protecting you. It's doing what it thinks is right. But you have to be able to recognize, is this a story? What is this story trying to get me to do? Is this a story I'm okay with right now? And that's where it becomes really powerful, is sometimes, I admit, sometimes I catch myself on a little rage scroll on TikTok and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to lean into this. I'm making the conscious choice. I'm going to just let this go and I'm going to lean into this because I'm consciously making the choice to lean into it. I'm aware of my mental state and I'm aware of what I'm doing. And that's okay. It's not to only do good things or only do other things. It's just to be aware of what's going on and make decisions based off of that. Just be in control of it. And other times I'm like, I don't want this. Disengage. Go off and do something else. And that's been a wonderful tool. And it's okay. Even as Bob said, and other people have said, it's okay to have, like, you know what? I am done with social media. This is not bringing me joy in my life. You don't have to go full Marie Kondo. You can if you want. You don't have to. You know what? The world news is a net negative on me. I'm going to disengage from the news. It is okay to disengage from the news. It is okay to not be up to date on everything going on. And just focus on You can scope that down. I'm going to focus on my small little world and keep that happy and keep that to be a place where I want to be and focus on making that. And then when you're ready, you can expand it out a little bit, or you never have to. But you just make that choice and you keep yourself in a good place because, again, it's the long game. We need you here for the duration of it. We want you here, not necessarily in my channel. I'm happy when you show up, but just in the world with us. The world is better with more diverse voices in it, with more people with different backgrounds. For people who will say, Red, I disagree with your takes. I recognize where they come from, but I disagree. And I say, that's valid. I acknowledge that there's a lot of prejudices that go into my views. And that's okay. If it's truly harmful, you know what? Help me do better. Give me the grace to make the changes and help me figure that out. You know, we can all do that. And it's also okay to be like, Red, you pissed me off. I can't even bother. I'm sorry. I need to leave, or I need to step away for a while. It's okay to do that too. I'm just Red Pan on the internet. Okay, we're at break time. Congratulations, we made it to break without touching the game. I am going to take the break. It's going to be about a 5-minute break. You know the drill. If you've been sitting down for a long time, stand up, stretch your legs. We've hit the ads. Refill your water. Keep yourself hydrated. Grab a snack. Keep your blood sugar in a good place. Or check in with your mental state. Check in and make sure that you're in a place that you want to be. And if you're not, disengage and figure it out and reset. But anyway, we'll be back in about 5. We'll see everyone then. Okay, we're back. How's everyone doing? I figure we're we'll see. I'm not saying we're gonna keep chatting, but I just want to take a moment. Want to check in with everyone. How's everyone doing right now? How are we feeling? And welcome back. Hope you had a good break again. Hope you're able to like disconnect for a moment, take a thing. You're doing well. Good. Have we explored all of our rants? Are there rants we still want to hear? Are there topics that are on anyone's mind right now? You're sad because your ice cream is gone and you shouldn't have more. God, that's self-control. It's rough. But honestly, sometimes like having that second ice cream isn't worth it. I get that way sometimes when I have a soda, a pop for dinner. I will be left wanting more, but if I open that second pop, I regret it. I don't like it. Some problems are problems that only exist because you're a responsible adult. Exactly. Because now you know you can only blame yourself, but at the same time, like, I'm just doing what's in my best interest. You know? It is both that, like, I could do what I want, but I want to make sure I'm taking care of myself, and that means telling myself no. Because, no, I'm not going to have that second pop. Or sometimes, yes, I will, and I'll just deal with the consequences. Yeah, I enjoy having pie and cake for breakfast, and hubby's always like, no. But it's good. But it's a little treat. I know, you got to eat your veggies. I need to eat my veggies more. I'm working on it. I'm getting there. Carrot cake healthy. There you go. Problem solved. Bob found the loophole. The carrot cake loophole. It's fine. Serve it with zucchini bread. Zucchini bread is not bad. Zucchini bread is not bad. Zucchini brownies taste okay, but they're a little bit of a lie. And you bite into a chocolate brownie and you're like, why is there green shit in here? Huh. You should make a carrot cake again. Exactly. Mega Scoot, we talked about this. We might soon, but we're not yet. Okay? Calm it down. We're just checking in. That's all. Okay. Zucchini brownies, yeah, can be good, but you've only had a few rare that were good. My mother made actually good zucchini brownies. But again, it was chocolate brownies with finely shredded zucchini mixed in at a very light level. So it was sneaking some in. It was more, how can I make these kids eat vegetables without them knowing? So it was brownies of deceit. But it was still weird to bite in and see little tiny strips of green in these brownies. For the longest time, you assumed happy brownies had this stuff in them. I mean, they can. They don't need to. Broccoli brownies are better. That is the thing. Not like butter infused with this stuff, but like I always imagine brownies with leaves inside. We're talking like the wacky weed. Is that what we're talking? Yeah, I know you got to do what you can with the kids and vegetables. You really can. They can they? Maybe. But yeah, brownies of deceit sounds like a pagan metal band, doesn't it? Though, doesn't that sound awesome? That is going to be the name of my pagan metal cover band. Brownies of Deceit. Ladies and gentlemen, we are Brownies of Deceit. I would scream into the microphone, but I don't want to have to put it back up there. And honestly, like, nobody, I don't think anybody wants that. Nobody wants that shit. Fine. Ed 39 wants special brownies. Man, I just want to recreationally enjoy it. Yeah, karaoke night when I can get a standing desk. I do a sit. Oh my God, what are you two talking to each other? What the shit? Where did karaoke come from? Are you in cahoots? Or Bob, did you read Monday's message and then respond to it? Because it looked like you sent them at the same time. What did I say that triggered people to think karaoke? Or was it just the pagan metal band stuff? I really would like to have a standing desk. I could do sitting karaoke, but okay, you responded to Monday because for a moment it looked like this has happened before. Oh God, did you hear karaoke? Oh my God, we've summoned people. Because I sit here. I could stand up. I could stand up at my desk. Hold on a second. Let's do a test. This is gonna break things, but I could do a test. Like I could. You can kind of hear it, but the tracking doesn't work. I have to lean down. I have to lean down to get into the microphone. We could do a little bit of ASMR, but I could move the microphone up. So I could sit. Why is there a cable on the floor? I pulled a cable somewhere. So like I know red ASMR. Yeah, that I was able to get, because I stood up and I was able to get into the mic. So I'm sitting down again. So I could stand up and do that. I could adjust the microphone up. It's not a sit-stand desk, so I'd have to figure something out. But at the same time, I haven't seriously sung in a while. Oh God. Headphones are going wonky. So yeah. Yeah, the mystery floor cable, it was a lightning cable, which the number of devices that actually use lightning cables is decreasing in this house. It got pulled around by the chair somehow. I don't know that I could karaoke. I don't know that I could. I could, but like, you need to get me a little bit drunk. I need to get me a little bit drunk. Like, not drunk, just a little tipsy to stuff. I'm not promising anything anytime soon. But maybe we'll think about a way to do that. The tracking would be broken. I'll do a little Hollow Red concert. Okay. So wait a minute. Hold on a second. I'll ask my question in a moment. Yeah, proper cable management. Yeah, number one hit single by the group, the mystery floor cables. So like, have y'all seen pictures of my little network box down here? My network cabinet that has cable management in it. It'd be fun if I'd have fun. I love the idea of it. But like, I'd really need to, I would want to practice and stuff and just get over it and figure out how to do it. I have to figure out how to do it. You have not seen pictures. I'll have to post pictures again of this. Started off as network in a box experiment, and it's a little mini like network rack, network cabinet that is just wedged. It fits perfectly in this space, as in there is like no tolerance around it. The desk, the network cabinet, the wall to network cabinet to desk to dresser to the open door, all like fits exactly perfect. So I have some old pictures of this. Let me see if I can find one to post it. It's just all in there. See, if you did it, you'd volunteer for backup. Okay, this is not I'm actually offering, but it would put pressure. I'd just be amused. If it could be like a group concert, I think that'd be better. I'll think about it in some form or another. I'd have to come up. There's so much prep that I have to come into this. Hold on a second. Let me try to post a picture in chat. Not in chat, in the Discord stuff, in the streaming thing. Oh God, what did I do? Okay. That was not anything I did. I'm always joking when I'm like, what did I do that made my mods yell at me? Oh God, there's actual discussion. Okay, shit. Oh fuck. How far back do I have to go? Oh my God. Let me find one. Can I just search? I don't think I can search my photos. Fuck. Red Monday Raws. Oh my God, that'd be great. That'd be super fun. I don't know. I gotta figure it out. I gotta figure out songs that I could do. I should just take a picture of it right now. How easy is this photo? It's not horrible. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna take a live photo of it. It's easier that way. Sorry if I get away from the mic and you can't hear me. Okay, first off, let's hold on. Move that cable. Everything's good with cable management except for the parts that aren't. It's an okay photo. It's not the best. It's good enough. It's not just good, it's good enough. Okay. So here comes photo of Red's, live photo of Red's network cabinet. So this is, you'll notice the Alienware desktop with the USB-C. The USB-C is for the hand control. So that's live there. You can see another cable popping in, but in this photo, hold on a second. Let me go over to Discord so I can get a better view of it. But that I designed this and built it out and stuff and spec'd it all out. I hope I didn't slide anything. So, and it's, the bottom layer is messy as shit. But so you notice at the top layer, there's 2 Raspberry Pis mounted at the top. Those are my DNS servers. So those are on Pi-hole. Again, network level ad blocking. Those are my Pi-hole DNS servers, Raspberry Pis. There is oh my God, the headphones are doing weird shit. The white thing on the left below those is the Unify something. I forget what the Unify thing is, but that's my gateway and core router. There's an 8-port switch to the side of it that is one of my 2 core switches, and then there's a patch panel. And then below the patch panel is modem and Mocha device, and then the bottom layer is power. So you'll notice there's kind of some network. There's some cable management. So many plugs. Yes, that is for all the equipment as well as the PC. There is stuff indeed. Exactly. So yeah. So that's, I don't know why we started talking about, because the mystery cable came from up above. So there's also a bunch of crap sitting on top of that, including some work laptops, the gaming PC that is running the game, as well as a fuck ton of cables and some other stuff. You just have to sing like Justin Bieber and Miley Cyrus songs. I mean, what is the one? Your mama, oh God. Oh fuck, I forgot how that goes. I just need to, okay. I'm not opposed to it, right? I like to sing my little songs in here. I would need to get a way to have the words, to know the things. Like one side of a mind, sing Baby Shark. I know, I like a different version of Baby Shark. There is the one that's sort of taken over, which goes Baby Shark do 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 Baby Shark do, which I don't like that one. I like the Baby Shark do 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 Baby Shark do 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 Baby Shark do 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 Baby Shark do do. See, like it's slightly different. It's the same basic thing, but I just like the other one better. It's the classic one, right? Not the new like Kids Bop version. And then there's a whole there. Okay, shit. Do I just sing the whole fucking song? The song is cute. Like I'm not opposed to it. I would just have to prepare for it, and I'd have to figure out how to make it work, and I need to be standing. Okay, so it goes. Okay. We're just gonna sing the whole fucking Baby Shark song, the version that I like, and the hand motions, right? I hope the hand motions translate because there are hand motions for everything. One of them won't. I can figure it out. Okay, so it goes. Baby Shark do 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 Mama 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 Shark do 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 Daddy Shark do do fuck do do Daddy Shark. It's both hands. Do 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 Baby Daddy Shark do 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 Daddy Shark do 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 Lady Swimming 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 do 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 Daddy Shark do 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 Daddy Shark do 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 Lady Daddy Shark do 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 Daddy Shark do 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 gets dark. Lady drowning do 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 Happy Shark 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 do 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 do. Like I said, it gets dark at the end. But there's my version of Baby Shark. It does go so dark though, right? Yeah, that's the version that I had. That's the one that there was a girl I dated back in like high school, college that was my like my anxious attachment style is now making me like pull this out so that way I know that you're not upset with me. It's fine. Oh, right. No, there's grandma. Yeah. Oh, God. The hand tracking is so hard to get. The two hands close together. There's grandma shark. Or is that grandpa? It go either way. Grandma or grandpa shark. So you could add as many sharks as you want before you get to the lady swimming. But once you get to lady swimming, the progression is lady swimming and then daddy shark, which is the hands like that. And then lady drowning and then happy shark. Because, well, I think you can figure it out. There you go. There's the baby shark song that I know and like. That it makes me a little bit annoyed that the new baby shark song, the new rendition of the baby shark song is different. I don't know how the perverses go because I never listened long enough. I just don't like the change in how the melody plays. Because I'm weird like that. Internet says sometimes verse includes losing limbs. Yeah, you could go into more detail on that one. Yeah, the melody changes a lot. Exactly. Like I like the melody that I know, because that's what I learned first. There's a lot of, I think there's studies around this of like, you tend to prefer the things you were exposed to first, and so therefore mine are better, objectively. Right? This is how it goes. It's objectively better. Like there are some Broadway, like, okay, Sage and I get each other singing Rent a lot. I can sing there's so many Broadway songs I could sing too. So that's probably what I'd do if I did a Red karaoke. But like my voice would be, I'd have to work up to it. We could do like a little bit of karaoke, and well, I guess that's how you do it. Is you do a little bit of karaoke, then you talk for a while. Then you do a little more karaoke, then you talk for a while. And I'd have to just figure out everything. You found a YouTube video labeled Baby Shark Song, not dismemberment version, but like, where's the fun in that though? Like, where's the fun in that? I like the sharks, right? Sharks are things. It's okay. Sharks are things. This is Red from Red. Sharks are things. There you go. Good time. Good job, Red. God, good Lord. Yeah, sharks are doing their things. So the reason why, as I understand it, this is me speaking with confidence, but not with confidence in the actual fact. I believe what it is the reason why aquariums can have sharks in their aquariums that don't eat all the other fish is a combination of, one, you try to put them with fish that are not natural prey of the shark. And two, you just keep the sharks full. And so therefore they're not hungry and not very, very snackish. You keep them so they're not peckish and not thinking like, that little mackerel looks like a little treat. I don't think we're playing the game tonight. There's still a lot of stream to go though, so I don't know if we can keep this going. He says as we enter third hour of this. Technically, we're in the third hour of this. Can confirm though, sometimes you separate out the sharks in it. Yeah, sometimes you, yeah, right. There can be more to it than that, but a lot of times it's just like the shark is not hungry right now. Especially when they're adorable tiny sharks. Yeah. Or Jackson sharks, my absolute love. I'm not, it's like everything. I know some sharks. Not personally. I don't have any sharks that I could call my friends. Wait a minute. Maybe there's one. Sharky the Wah. I don't know if I could call Sharky the Wah friend though. Sharky's just someone who pops in from time to time. I think it's Sharky the Wah. Nobody tag him. Don't tag people like that. Red doesn't have shark friends. Shun the non-believers. Shun. Guys, you know Candy Mountain isn't real, right? It's a magical Leopleurodon. Gonna take us away to Candy Mountain. Y'all got me thinking about karaoke stream now. Fuck. I mean, you hear me sing enough Broadway shit anyway. I'll sing chess. Here we go. Red's gonna sing chess. You miss Flash videos? Same. I'm as strong. I mean, I know that Homestar Runner is still around and it's still a thing, but like it was better in the day. Posting sharks in the Discord. Nice. Encoding overloaded. Why is encoding overloaded? OBS, I'm not even doing anything. This isn't even something that is like I can blame on Google Drive because I haven't loaded anything. So sometimes I think I'm just at a point where like I think the PC's just starting to it's like 7 years old now. It's been around a bit. Maybe 6 if I'm lucky. This is what we call exposure therapy. where Red wants to like be constantly entertaining. The desire to do self-deprecating humor is so high. Stream might be acting up. It's entirely possible. OBS keeps complaining about shit. But just letting it sit for a minute without being like, let's go to the game. Like, no, it's okay. Things can happen. Stream's fine for you. Okay. Like at the moment, all the rendering stuff, like we're at 60 FPS, 3 to 4 milliseconds for rendering frame, which is a little high, but it's okay. The encoding seems to be overloaded, but overall we're at 0.6% dropped frames. Maybe 1.2 if we add those together. Yeah, exactly. Calm can be good. Calm can be good. Especially when we're chatting, like you need to give people time to just chat, to type things out, to let it be. Imagine your favorite Beatles song and go. Hey, no, that wasn't it. It was Let It Be. It's that I literally just fought Firefox to get streaming functional. No! Firefox, you were the chosen one. As long as you disable the AI shit. I admit Chrome has too much of a stranglehold on me. Am I the problem? Perhaps. You hate how bad Firefox got. Yeah. I haven't used it in a while. I used to have an instance of Firefox that had no script on it. And it was one where I'm like, if I'm going to go check out a really sketchy website, why is red check? Don't worry about it. Not like that. Or like that. I don't know. Maybe it was. I would load it up in my Firefox instance because it was like, nothing is going to run here. But that's the problem, is nothing is going to run here. And so I just stopped doing it because then I'm just like, I don't need to go to these. Like, it was always just out of curiosity. Like, what is this exploit that's going around? What is this? What is this website that seems interesting? I'll surf that other stuff on main. I have no shame. Oh, I do. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Chrome is worse, but like, I want good, right? That's the problem, is so much of it is like, I don't want to settle for the lesser of two evils. If you're gonna make me choose the lesser of two evils, I will just go with Cthulhu, who is the greater of all evils, and we'll just deal with that. You know? It turned out I kid you not, too many bookmarks? Too many bookmarks? Red checking out websites with pencil drawing tutorials. You promised you weren't gonna tell anyone. Here's me. I know, pencil drawing with my iPad and Procreate, and Red's looking at pencil drawings. Honestly, I should probably do pencil drawings because that feels more natural. One of the things I haven't drawn since I talked about it the last time, but that's because I've been playing too much Satisfactory. Is like, I need to just do it enough times where I'm confident in where I'm drawing, and I'm confident in the tap to erase. Because I'm still in the old mindset of, I want to see the lead, the graphite on the paper. I want to see where it's contacting to know where I'm drawing. And I want to erase to undo things rather than tap to undo. So it's just a mindset I need to adjust. Red, look at all these nibs. Scandalous. I know. You're getting 100 to 300 bookmarks per research topic, not deleting any. So you think that's covering? I mean, if you cleared out bookmarks and the performance improved, that's a pretty clear sign that's what it was. But like, what is bookmarks? Again, this is Red thinking this is how I think it should work, not how it actually works. Like, bookmarks should just be a thing that exists in however you're storing the configuration for it. Like, you should really only load that when someone is going to load that particular set of bookmarks, right? You should store it in such a way where you can load partial configs. And it should only be loaded when the bookmarks thing is clicked, I would think. So, like, why is it doing anything when it's not doing that? I think this is the point where you make a new profile for each research topic. I know, right? You thought too, but it wasn't loading until anything needed. Wait a minute, no, it wasn't no, fuck. That's what you thought too, that it wasn't loading anything until needed, and yet, right? And, well, but that's the thing is, like, that's how I think it should work, but that doesn't mean it's how it works. I think it needs to be cached because the URL bar used, oh, fucking A. How about don't? I hate that the URL bar has become a thing that is smart now. I actually kind of dislike, I've gotten in the habit I use it now, especially since I use Chrome almost exclusively, that, like, I'll just search from the URL bar. But honestly, I had no problem with doing goog.com and then typing my search in the bar there. Like, I had no problem, especially when Google Reader was a thing. Actually, no, it wasn't even Google Reader, it's Google Now. Google Now used to be like a was it Google Now? I think it was Google Now. Google Now was like a way to customize widgets on a version of a Google home screen. And honestly, Google Now, I had a job years ago, early job that I had. I worked at a power company, and this was the way that I could check my email at work because I didn't have a smartphone yet. And you know, it was a very locked down environment, you know, public utility power company. But I could load up like the first few emails, at least the titles, in Google Now because of the way that it loaded. I don't know exactly how. So I could at least check what the emails that I got were. I had Google Now. I even used to have a Google Now mug, but it has a crack in it now. It doesn't hold water anymore. Early Chrome was very chill. And then the enshittification of both Chrome and, more importantly, Google search happened. This is a thing. There is someone who's responsible for this, and I curse their name all the time. These are facts. These are absolute facts. Losing Google search is tough. Even Google Scholar hasn't been the same, but there's nothing fully like it, right? It screwed me up when T started to become Twitch instead of Twitter. That was a shift in my thing too. T used to be Twitter for me. And then I deleted all of my Twitters. All of them. Shortly after that fucker took over. And I've been happy with that. But yeah, but that hasn't mattered for years. Exactly. So there was a turning point at Google. This is public information where there were two people who were vying for a certain amount of control over Google Web Search. And the individual that I mentioned was the winner. And his approach, actually the other person's approach, I don't remember who the other person was. The other person's approach was, no, we need to protect the algorithm at all costs because people have come to know and like it. Because it's fantastic and we're good. We should focus in other places. But this guy said, no, what we can do is our search is too good. To the point where people type in their search and they get one page and then they click into something and they're gone.
Oh no.
What if we started to make it less good? And I don't remember if it was his decision or not to do this, but it was around the same time of like, let's sell the top spots and let's sell the top number of spots on every page as ads, and we can get ad revenue for that. And if people have to click through multiple pages of search results, that means we get more ad impressions on our front page and more people are paying us to show ads of theirs. And that was the thought that won out. And so the search algorithm was purposely nerfed to encourage more people to click past that first page of Google. Because it used to be, if you didn't show up on that first search page of Google, you didn't exist. Nobody clicked to the second page of Google. The meme was, that if you were on the second page of a Google result, you are deep into a thing. But unfortunately, the enshittification of the search results was a real thing, and it happened. Been doing more searches than usual recently for a personal project, and not only is normal search half AI results, but also impossible to usually filter it down, right? And the image search is now utter shite. I completely understand and agree. And this was before the AI stuff in. Now there's the AI thing coming in too, which is now like, we don't want you to click away ever. We want to keep you entirely on the search results. And in fact, we're just going to make it so that way we can summarize the pages even more and stop sending traffic to other people, which has a side effect of other sites not getting traffic. Everything in image search is AI, and you also only get like 50 results. Like you have to click down even into more. Yeah. You've actually had to start searching on specific needs. Oh, wow. Does anyone, oh God, what was it? There have been several attempts to dethrone Google as a search engine. And one of them, this was years ago. This was like over 15 years ago, I swear. There was one that like had a lot of startup money, and they were like, we are gonna dethrone Google. And they paid a lot of money for a lot of press, for a lot of characters in ink to be written about them. And then they launched and they sucked and they died like within a week. I don't remember what it was though. Now, granted, there's also Bing, which stands for but it's not Google. But does anyone use Bing? Bing used to be really good for searching certain things. certain things. But I don't know if that's still the case or not. Yeah, Bing exists. Yeah, Yahoo, because Yahoo was the thing. Yahoo was great for a while, and then Yahoo overbloated their homepage, and then Google took over because again, Google was like, it's just this. Oh, not even summarizing. Like half the website results are now AI generated websites. Oh, that's the thing too. Is like there was a point in time where everything on the internet was written by, or you could have enough confidence that everything was written by a person. A vast majority was written by a person somewhere. Whether that person was good or not, we don't know. Then there was a moment where now we can't trust that anymore. And as I say, you can't unring the bell. So therefore now we live in a post-truth society now. Where like now, anything past a certain point, you can't trust it anymore. Like that article I think I posted in Stills Discord about masking for wildfire smoke. God, I think it looked like a legitimate article, but then I was like, wait a second, right? Yeah, Yahoo's just Bing. Yeah, Bing, Yahoo was a thing. And then Marissa Mayer was the CEO at one point. Oh God, what? Oh, I should stop. I don't remember this well enough. Tried to sell, didn't sell. Someone wanted to buy, they passed up, but then their valuation dropped. Or was that Tumblr? That might have been Tumblr. I don't know, something. But Yahoo's the thing, right? But Yahoo might just be Bing now because again, running a search engine is hard. You need to crawl and index a lot of the internet, and you have to store that index. That index becomes huge, and you have to figure out like, how do you search? How do you decide? You know, Marissa Mayer, have some respect. She made Tumblr into the new PDF. Good God. Well, maybe buying Tumblr was a bad decision. Maybe buying Tumblr for as much as they bought Tumblr for was a bad decision. But I do also try to prioritize paper public. Yeah, pre-2022 for that. Exactly. That's the point in time, sadly. To be fair, I don't think Marissa made horrible decisions, but I think Yahoo was just unsalvageable. Yeah, Yahoo was probably just unsalvageable at that point. And then new hotnesses came along and then made better. Just people, again, like traffic is everything. The other people won the court of public opinion, and then how do you go back? Tumblr wishes to be its own chaos ball and could be monetizable, but none of the owners actually get how. Yeah. And then Tumblr was this like a big thing, the big porn purge off of Tumblr? I've come really close to talking about that kind of stuff, but I don't know how much I want to on this stream. I'm fine with it personally. I don't give a shit. Okay, but I know that like the porn purge was a thing. I was like, was this just in my like hypertech bubble of the world, or was it like very publicly known? In this case, publicly known then. Yeah, right. It's when Tumblr still exists. There is still porn on Tumblr, but it's not like the damage was done. And you lost a lot of stuff. Well, I mean, they do say one of the first drivers of a lot of new technologies is the adult industry. Email presenting nipples. Yikes. So yeah, the adult industry, at least used to, and I'm sure it does still to some extent, drive a lot of like the bleeding edge tech. Is often used for that first. And then other people find other uses for it. I'm not going to say other legitimate, because that is a very legitimate use of tech. Whether you agree with it or not, because it's often driven by people who are not within the wheel of capitalism. We support them. Maybe not directly. But we support them doing what they want to do. Exactly. Not safe for work creators. Call them sex workers, call them something else. Deserve support. They really do. And really so much of that is, if I may delve into this at a high level, my personal opinion is that much of the anti-sex worker or the eradication of not safe for work content creators is probably a way to put them, sex workers in certain spaces, is like is an attack on women, is an attack on people who have the ability to, because again, it is a lucrative industry. There is people can do very well for themselves in this space. And like you can be your own boss. You don't need to like contribute to a capitalistic society. And I think a certain amount of that is the powers that be don't want this kind of market to exist. They don't want this many people that happens to be predominantly women, female presenting, female identifying, that they don't want them to have this kind of power to be independent. For whatever reason, right? You could come up with any number of reasons for it. And I think that that's one of the big pushes of this stuff. And that a lot of the rules around it of payment processors locking this stuff down, they start with what feel like the more extreme cases and then just start to move the bar in. And now it's like, well, guess what? You can't support yourselves anymore. We gotta filter these people back into the more of the mainstream. It's not a fully fleshed out thought, but it's my thought nonetheless. There are many like it, but this one's mine. And mine is like many others. Yeah, Tumblr still exists. Right. There's such an attack on NS. There really is, yeah. Yeah, Itch had that huge scare. Itch had a really big scare this year, yeah. Puritanism is horrible and ruins everything. 100% agree. Legalize sex work. It's how you keep people safe. Yes, if it's legal and happens in places that are regulated, not over-regulated, but regulated, and it can happen not like out in the open, but in the places where it is safe to happen, if you know what I mean. Like, again, don't expose your kink to others unless they've consented to it. Things like that, like allow it to happen in the places that it is safe to happen. I think a lot of rich white men also just want to control men. I mean, that's a big part of it. Rich white men are the people who control these companies, and they want to control women, and we don't like women being able to support themselves like this. I think that's a big part of it. I really do think that's a big part of it. Okay. Hopefully I didn't delve too much into... I didn't think we get into bad details on that one. I think we're okay. Word is literally, it's now officially a just chatting stream. It's fine. There it is. Baby Shark song non-dismemberment version. That implies that there's also a dismemberment version.
Hello?
Leah, hello, hi, welcome in. Yeah, Red is taking exactly. I'm taking out. I'm learning from the Leah playbook. And happy early Tuesday. And we have been yapping for 2 hours and 48 minutes. 2 hours and 43 minutes technically. Yes. We just kind of got on a rant, and then I look up, I'm like, well, we're close to the next ad break, so we don't want to start the game then. And then we come back and get another rant. And all that stuff. Yeah, sorry, you triggered my bot. Okay, so how do people feel about those Stream Team callouts? Stream Team, I like the idea of supporting people, but I don't want it to be uncomfortable. I should do an opt-out group. If people are going to be like, I don't want to be shouted out when I come in, I could always do that so you don't get a shout out when you come in. Like, it could still, it doesn't even need to call out. I don't know. How do people think about that? Or it's okay to be like, I don't care, Red. Just do whatever. It's a little yap. Yeah, exactly. I know. I am trying to just make the stream what we want it to be. And people have always said we like talking, so we're just talking. Yeah, we had a stream where you made Pat, and then Sil. I remember the Sil stream where Sil played 0 of the game the entire time. Exactly. Y'all have been gunning for me, and it's gonna happen, and it might as well be today. You know, it might as well. Why not today? On a 4-hour Monday, even we could still play the game at any time. It could happen. If I'd planned for just chatting, we would have gone 20 minutes and then it would have been a bust. It could happen. The game is right here. It's ready for us at any moment. Yeah, do like one battle. We're about to go into a battle. So maybe after the next ad break, we just jump in and do a couple of battles as a treat. Yeah, we just enough to get into the groove of dodging, just to remind myself of the mechanics and then be done with it. I'm always wanting to know. Okay, yeah, I'm always asking the questions of like, how do other people do this? Because I want to know. I don't know. Whatever, it's fine. Like we did the royal we. Did a couple of Discord broadcasts, and now I'm like, well, how do other people do this? What lessons can I learn? How dare I venture out and do my own stuff? Is this therapy? Did we come back into therapy? I think we're in therapy again. By the way, this channel uses anonymous follows. If you too like lurking or yapping and not playing games. See, if this were satisfactory, I would have been like, no, this is absolutely. I just want to know what. In some cases, I want to do, if there's a well-beaten path, sometimes I want to follow that well-beaten path. Other times I want to specifically not do that well-beaten path and just be difficult because me and fun. Yeah, but asking's good too. I'm always just curious. I see people doing like, hey, we're going to do a movie night in the Discord. I'm like, that sounds cool. Will I ever join a movie night? Probably not. Will I ever run a movie night? Also, probably not. No reason. Different strokes for different folks. All that stuff. Yeah, I like the idea of a movie night, right? But that means planning. Just like I like the idea of doing a wildly successful karaoke stream, right? But the problem is, I have to plan for that. And I have to prepare for it. No, I like certain amounts of preparation. I do. I will plan things. But oftentimes I'm like, that's effort. I do find myself having more spoons to do that kind of stuff lately, though. Why am I getting pinged in this Discord? What is going on? Did somebody else get popped over here? Oh no, this is a general call out. Sorry, we're spilling the tea a little bit. Oh no, they're just they're promoting someone else to moderate. Like they needed more moderators. What are you talking about? Okay, no, it's just a moderator introducing themselves. I don't need an everyone ad for a new moderator on every Discord that I'm in. There was just a series of rules on that one, and I'm like, oh, are there problems in that Discord? Is there shit going on over there? Chat, should I stand up and really whisper into the mic again? Do you want some more ASMR? You don't have to plan, just say it's a karaoke stream and let us submit song requests. Oh my, and then sing along. That's even worse. I don't know most of the songs. Bob, I know the kind of songs you submit. I don't know those songs. You had to mute when I join a server, I'm like, all right, you have every server that I join, I accept the default unless your default is notify for all messages. Fuck that shit. And I'm like, you get 1, maybe 2 chances. If you throw an at everyone for literally anything other than something critically important that I care about, immediately mute. Immediately mute. If you I'm debating muting roll tags in one of the team's discords I'm on because they're abusing that a little bit. Believe it or not, also mute. I don't know though. Every server I join, a default to mute, that's valid too. I fully support people defending their notification space because every app is going to try to abuse the fuck out of that. Like, I had to go into Chrome and say, do not allow websites to ask permission to notify me. I have never, outside of work, never wanted a website to pop a notification on me, ever. Ever. Triply so for any website I visited once. The only notifications you care about are DMs. I don't even care about DMs sometimes. I want to be unreachable on occasion. Okay, I care about direct tags usually. Yeah, the notifications must chill. I aggressively tune my notifications down. I don't want an app bugging me about anything that I don't immediately. Again, I want my notifications to be actionable. If it's not actionable, fuck off. I don't want to hear about your sales. I don't care. Even Steam. I will just buy the games on Steam when I want them. I need a new microphone cable. This thing is starting to get wonky on me. I'm triggering it and it's just blah. It's doing stuff. We're 7 minutes out from the next ad break. You know we're not going to play the game before then. Yeah, and then I open up Discord on my phone a little bit ago. No, it wasn't Discord. It was Twitch. I opened up Twitch as I'm starting up stream to do my sound check on making sure that the sound's coming through Twitch. And they're like, turbo. And I'm like, fuck off. Please no. Ad chat speedrun. Round 3. I know you can get this fancy profile border. No, I do it. I mean, I still pay for turbo. See the before mentioned thing about Discord is just doing what the laws are telling them they have to do. That said, I could get rid of turbo, but I don't want to. I don't want to. I kind of like having my name a pretty font and color and the pretty thing and stuff like that. It's another case of I normally want Discord to make money, but they really need to chill. I don't know how many. I've gotten exceedingly good at dismissing these fucking quests thing. What are these quests? Are these even things I give a shit about? No. I can tell you that. They're not even notifications. It's just that pop-up in the channel browser. Absolutely not. Do not care. I don't even know what the fuck these quest things are. I assume they're not in my interest. Done. Do not give a shit. Go away. If I could block them somehow, I would. I just want the option, right? They're in everything is in advertisers' interest. Exactly. Like, I fucking hate the tech industry has a consent problem. And not just the obvious one, but yes, also the obvious one. I hate the yes and not now. Let me say no. Let me say no. Let me say no. You are just gonna have to accept, you fucking tech conglomerate, that I don't want this. No amount of begging is gonna make me change my mind. No amount of pop-ups is gonna make me change my mind. What is the thing? Is the GDPR? Is that what it is? This do you accept cookies? Is that the GDPR? It's one of those things. Can when I say accept all cookies, can you please, for the love of God, set a cookie that says I accepted all cookies? For fuck's sake. I hate that the biggest takeaway from that is that we have trained everyone to just click accept all, or some people will say reject or fine tune. But we have trained people to just click accept on the annoying pop-up. Do you know how dangerous that is? I'm gonna guess that y'all say yes because you're all smart people. Like, training that behavior is one of the most dangerous things. It could only be worse if it was a command prompt that popped up that you clicked yes into. That's the only way that could be worse. The worst part of these tech companies need to make money and then use that money to overpay execs instead of actually investing into the product. Exactly. Stock buybacks. Executive bonuses. When I worked on the Windows platform team at my job, it was drilled into us, and we embrace this fully, that one of the absolute worst things we could do was train users to enter their credentials into a pop-up command prompt. If we're going to have to prompt the users for credentials, we needed to use a well-established way of doing that that was deemed safe, which I agree. But never run a thing that pops up a command prompt that really prompts the user for any interaction, but especially never prompt the user for credentials in that window. Because all you're doing is you're training someone to enter credentials into sketchy windows. You just took in a business classes to learn new forms of rage, right? I want $1 million for failing at my job, right? I want a golden parachute. That'd be great. Yeah, if I break prod, can I get bonuses? I've broken prod a couple of times. Where's my fucking bonus? Actually, we'll peer bonus people for doing that in the right ways. Yes. Oh, no. Right. Remember back when logging in other than through the website itself was considered dangerous? I know. If only we could do the same thing for, like, never click on a link that comes through in text. Never click on a link that comes through in text. Just today, I signed up for a new storage unit, and they're like, here's a link in text. Finish your sign up process. No! Now, granted, the exception is everything is text. I know, right? The exception is I was looking for that one. In training Oracle about good internet hygiene. Oh God, thank you, Monday.
It's Monday Moon would like to
that.
remind you to take a drink.
One of the key things is when a pop-up happens, when Windows comes up with that UAC prompt, ask yourself, was I in the middle of doing something that prompted this? Was I looking for this? If not, say no. If you're trying to install software and that pops up, probably safe. Probably safe. If you are downloading a thing that you went looking for specifically, probably safe. Probably safe. If it randomly pops up, absolutely the fuck not. I know, right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the you're looking for is no longer even enough sometimes. That's the thing, is it's probably safe. It may be safe. Just read about it a little more, but I hate that it requires to be such an expert. I hate the fact that technology requires people to be such an expert in it in order to safely use it. That's sort of like the thing that was so good about iPhones, and Android's getting better at, I guess. I haven't used Android in a long time, though. Is that, like, they make it so that the average person can use it without knowing a lot about how it works. The flip side, unfortunately, is that a lot of the things that power users like to tweak are getting hidden away or just removed as levers that we used to love to tinker with. One of my first Android phones, I overclocked. I installed custom ROMs onto, back when I had the desire to do such things. It was so fantastic. But then, I just don't care anymore. But, like, it came with risk, and I accept it. One of the new scams is and I don't know if Bob can hear me when I say this, is the scammer calling the business as you and then calling you at the same time. Oh my Lord, that's a complex one. So the business is sending you text notifications while you're on the phone with them. That's again, one of the reasons why SMS is not a good thing. But that also kind of falls under the, you didn't reach out. That's why the bank is always like, we'll never call you. We will never call you. You call us at these numbers that we have published and are well known. We will never call you. If someone calls pretending to be us, hang up and call us at these numbers immediately. I'm on the super fortunate side that my parents are both super dubious of things. Nice. Like my mom is constantly texting me, is this a scam, right? I shouldn't click it. Even for things that sometimes are legitimate, there is that, yeah. That is the flip side. It's better to be safe though. I'd much rather she texts me than she gets her. Yeah, right, exactly. Would rather be safe than all of that. Ay. 3 hours. 3 hours of yapping. We can do it, chat. We can do it. Ouch. 2 hours yapping is a lot of yapping. A lot of yapping. This is how Red gets into more of a natural voice with this, is because this voice is much easier to maintain. Why am I getting an ad for Spider-Man Takis? Takis? Good God. I say that as eating Pokemon goldfish. Nice. Oof. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever had Takis. I think I have. I'm not sure. I might have. If I did, I wasn't aware of it. I do know that I've never had liver and onions because I would have been aware of it. But Takis is not a food I have trauma around. I assume I'd have trauma around liver and onions. Not a big fan of onions. I like onions when they're small. Tiny little thing. Not a big fan of like big honking onions. Unless they're onion rings. But again, it's all situational. You make a good cinnamon sugar Taki, that's so good. You miss sun chip cinnamon sugar. Chat, it's been 3 hours. Just saying. It was one of the first gifts. Now hubby got, when you were dating. Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah, 3 hours. Congratulations on yapping for 3 hours, chat. We did it. There's just 1 more hour to go. Maybe we'll do a battle. Maybe we'll do it. How do I feel? I feel pretty good, actually. My throat is going to be a little bit sore tomorrow, but I get to be very quiet at work. I don't talk a whole lot at work. I don't talk a lot during the middle of the week, so it's good. I know, just chatting stream. I know. Like, you can take on the yap world, right? I potentially could. See, what I need to learn to do is I need to learn to be in this voice a little more. This voice is more sustainable. This voice is less so. There's subtle differences between the two, and it's the amount of effort and the amount of strain on the vocal cords. I need to stay more time in this voice. At least it won't be sore from wildfire smoke. That's a mood. Exactly. Not the smoke. Ay. The wildfire smoke. Man, I hope that they're okay. Like, the people directly affected by the wildfires. It is unfortunate, it sucks, but hopefully, please, you can get help and get that thing care of. I think it kind of calmed down, at least. Your throat is so sore. Yeah, we have an air purifier that's been running wild on occasion. It feels like it's getting better. At least today was better. Is all that I know. Like even yesterday was better. Because again, like, I was doom scrolling on Instagram. And I saw a post saying, FIFA considering moving the World Cup final. I'm like, okay, this is clickbait shit. But, like, at the time, yeah, it was like Friday. And the height of, like, the logistics in changing the final. You're not just going to do that on a whim, okay? Nobody's prepared for it. The amount of rigmarole and pomp and circumstance around a final like that, you're not just going to move. You'd have had to put Mug Creep music someplace else. He was all ready to help. But it was, yeah, like that was at the height of all the bad stuff. But then like Saturday it rained a bunch and then Sunday it was fine. It was nice and sunny on Sunday. Because I remember we were debating how much we order delivery on Saturday because of how much it was raining. So we pushed some things back. Like we didn't get groceries on Saturday. Or if we do get delivery, we bump that tip up really high. Air purifiers are so nice. And we have a nice one too. We have a pretty good one. Yeah. I am really curious. I'm really curious to break the fourth wall a little bit more. What my numbers are going to be like on this stream. Because I try really hard to not openly care, but I inwardly care about that stuff. More out of curiosity. I'm not going to go change anything. I'm clearly not stressing enough to be like, I got to get into the game now. But like, what happens? What does that look like? There's lasagna? Like in your household? Signing up alt accounts? I mean, listen. Fine. I know Twitch and stats. It's so tough. It's so tough. It's so tough. Especially when, like, again, we're a rounding error. like they're so low. It's not even. Tuesday made lasagna. Oh my God. Send some to me. I'll send you my address. Ship me some lasagna. Can it get here by tomorrow? I'm kidding. Don't, no. UPS lasagna sounds kind of nasty, actually. I could make my own. Not UPS lasagna, just lasagna and stuff. Oh my God. Oh. Thank you both, by the way, for hanging out and chatting. Y'all are making this like worthwhile to chat because it's been a Monday. It's been a drowsy day. I've been a little more active than I have been on Mondays, and everyone else. I said to both of you, but I realized like, yeah, like other people are lurking too, and I hope the lurkers entertained. I don't mean to call people or exclude people. UPS ground beef to go with lasagna. What do you call a cow's knees? What do you call a cow's knees, chat? Support the leaving until you stop chatting. Leave chat, right? All right, the answer. What do you call a cow's knees? A burger joint. I got that one off of TikTok. See, sometimes you get great puns and dad jokes off of TikTok. Oh my God. That's my kind of humor. A long-suffering sigh. Nice. My job here is done. We're just gonna take a nap. How about that nap time stream? With a big fucking yawn. I know that it's a game technically called I'm Only Sleeping, but it's been repurposed by streamers to do just sleeping. I've got a mod in chat. We're fine. The chat is moderated. That's what Twitch's thing is you gotta have your chat moderated. And don't show stuff that's against TOS on stream. I'm imagining a nap stream now. Yeah, get on chill music, just vibe. Seriously. I really should. Yeah, go distract the mod. The mods are busy. Post cat memes. No. I need to get my Godot thing going so I can actually do a game dev stream. Mew. I'm gonna finish Satisfactory first. I'm close to being done. And by close, I mean probably just 2 more weeks of Satisfactory. Yeah, a variant of an ASMR stream. There you go. Just keep wanting like just into the microphone. It's right up here. It's right there. Well, it says it's here. But again, the hand tracking and the face tracking are 2 separate systems. They are not synchronized in any way, shape, or form. They're just meant to like, the hands are mostly meant to look like they're normal. But then I can also just block my face with my hand. Or block my hands with my other hand. I'm getting so meta. Yeah, meditate? I'm assuming you meant meditate. Meditate with red. Yeah, reditate, if you will. Yeah. Because I'm like, meowditate. Meowditate. Tuesday's asking me for octopus facts, and she knows all my facts. You know who we need to ask for an octopus fact? Suri! Suri, how dare you not have an octopus fact? Suri has facts for all kinds of animals, but no octopus facts. Suri, if you are listening, which it could happen, but I doubt it, you should implement octopus facts. I know, in our time of need. Right? Please go to Discord and type out every single octopus fact you know, right? You only have like 2. Octopi have 2 hearts? Is that one of them? All of my octopus facts I know I learned from Finding Dory. And I forgot all of them except maybe one. And that was the one, and I think it's wrong. Octopi are 8-sided pies. And a hexapie is a 6-sided pie. Tentacles, beaks, and chromatophores. That's right, they have some of them have beaks, or they all have beaks. There was something, I think it was very like Morphos's core from his life specifically, but there was a thing like no octopi. Might have been Latin stuff. I remember. If he was here, he could tell us. Some of them, at least. Not sure about all of them. Yeah, yeah, right. Like we don't want to make blanket statements about octopuses here. About octopi. That would. We're not here to judge. Ay, ay, ay. You guess your favorite is that the giant Pacific octopuses shed their sucker skins, and they do it by curling their arms up in knots, and then the skins float like little parachutes. That's adorable. They're also all venomous. Okay, so wait, venomous means if they bite you, it's bad, where poisonous is if you bite it, it's bad? Venom is biting. Okay, I'm like, there's a difference between venomous and poisonous. Monday has triggered a random piece of knowledge in Red's head. Okay. Can one be both venomous and poisonous? Questions we have to know. Are the suckers venomous or the octopus itself? Is the octopus defined by its suckers, right? Like, can one separate the sucker from the octopus as like separate things, right? What is an octopus without suckers, right? Like, can you be? Listen, this is one of those examples of Red's not being serious right now. Red is being a jackass and saying stupid shit without being serious. Thank you. Yeah, they bite you, it's bad. That's venom. Okay. And all octopuses are venomous. Okay. All octopuses are venomous, but not all venomous are octopuses. Red is losing his mind. But we learned that recently. Yeah. Monday tells us an animal that is both venomous and poisonous, right? You don't know that they're any. What? Okay, but what if? Okay, so in theory, right, the venom has to be stored somewhere. So if you bit into the venom sac, does that count as poisonous? Does ingesting the venom that way, or does it need to be activated by something? Don't octopus arms have their own? Wait a minute, octopus arms have their own brains? Is this like Doc Ock? Dr. Octopus? They have like their own like. Does that mean that like is it a separate brain that controls the arms, or is it like a brain per arm? Like, could you have like arms fighting? Or is it like the octopus just tells like I have like a the octopus has a transport layer, and the octopus just tells the transport layer, I want to go that way, and the transport layer knows how to move the arms in order to move it. So the octopus itself has no concept of how to move its individual tentacles. It just knows, I tell the transport layer. I'm gonna shut up. I did not know that that all octopi were venomous, much less didn't know that any of them are venomous, right? Blue-ringed octopuses, for example, are super duper venomous. Just a name like blue-ringed octopuses makes it sound venomous. Like some of those tree frogs that are venomous, like that, like it, yeah. And like the more colorful, the more don't nibble on the frogs. The blue is for what you'll be when it bites you. Tobias Funte would like a word. I don't know if biting a venom sac causes poison. I think it should. No, it shouldn't. I'm getting pedantic. Red is getting pedantic. It's how I'm surviving. I couldn't have miscalculated. Yes. But yeah, there's a whole thing where a while back where tourists were picking up blue-ringed octopuses, which, yeah, don't do that. You could literally die. Like, it's the what, fuck? Oh, is that one of those things, like you go to some of those Japanese restaurants? I've never been to this. I don't know how much of a thing this is. And like the chefs will like prepare you a dish where if they don't cut it in the right places, the dish could kill you. Is that like an octopus where you're cutting off the venomous parts? Instinctive ambulation logo. Exactly right. Like, well, here's the thing though. Like, I know how to walk from point A to point B, but if I have to think about how to walk, like the actual motions, like I don't know all the minute details of how to move my legs to make that happen, but I just know how to make it happen. So therefore, do I have like a hardware abstraction layer between my brain and my legs that like I no longer think about that? Can my legs can no longer cause me to blue screen? I have to go done with it. I'm so dyslexic tonight. Cliveox, I get it. We're here for it. I feel like don't touch wildlife is generally good advice. Hands in pockets. Hands in pockets. That's pufferfish. I used to one of my favorite fish used to be the porcupine pufferfish. And I was so happy to see one when we went to SeaWorld one year. And then I was like, oh, is that what that's all? Like, puff up, dude. And he didn't, you know? And so, you know, they're just a fish I like now. That's fugu. That's fugu pufferfish. Okay. Please no eating blue ring octopuses. They're cute. Well, okay, there's that too. Yeah, but are they delicious though? That's kind of where I draw the line. Like, you know. Okay, but also there's a dish where, oh my God, where it's a live octopus tentacles. Someone posted that. I don't know if it was that, but something like that. And then we had to be like, could you please content warning this just because, right? Yeah, deep thoughts with Red the Panda. I know. Where I just take a sharp left turn at the end. It looked really cool, but at the same time, it's like, I don't need this like all just hanging out, just exposed like that, please. Oh gosh, I haven't been to SeaWorld since when I was a kid. Yeah, well, also like the public opinion on SeaWorld has changed, right? Like maybe we don't keep orcas, killer whales in, you know, orcas also maybe I'm getting down the rabbit hole. Maybe we don't keep them in a little tiny pool. You know, blackfish was kind of damaging to their reputation. I like aquariums though. Aquariums are cool. Okay, blue-ringed octopuses are very cute and honestly very small, not exactly good for eating. But like, I also like M&Ms, right? And they're small. Yeah, content warning animal torture, right? Seriously. Yeah, the octopus dish. Yeah, it's one of those, like, again, yeah, those. I am still no. Yeah, zoos and aquarium all the way. Zoos that are good to animals. There are good zoos and there are not good zoos. Orcas are not meant for captivity, right? Like, we like zoos that rehabilitate and educate and give animals a healthy amount of space to be able to do their animal things. One zoo that comes to mind is the Oakland Zoo in California, in the Bay Area. They have always struck me as a very good zoo for that. Zoos that put animals on display for spectacle? No, we're not down with that. Okay, you can make your own opinions. Blue ringed octopuses are just savory M&Ms. Got it right. It's like the blue M&Ms. Like they're the rare kinds that are yummy. Maybe yummy only once, but still yummy. I do feel like there's a lot of information and misinformation in terms of what makes it. You're right. That's the thing is like, I will acknowledge I am not a zoologist. I don't know what makes a good one, but like, I also know what makes a bad one sometimes. I know what publicly makes a bad one. Doesn't mean I know what makes a bad one entirely. Yeah, many rants on Zoos Aquaria, but I'm holding. I know, like I acknowledge that, like it is a space with some controversy. I think that there is definitely value in rehabilitation or just learning and education. Part of how we get people to do smart things around this kind of stuff is educating them, and sometimes that's showing them cute animals. And then having a little thing next to it that says, hey, fuckwit, protect these guys. One of the main reason why I have such an affinity for red pandas, I fear, stems from an animal that might have been in a little bit of distress. I don't think it was a bad zoo, but I think that maybe this one situation was just that this particular animal just needed to be moved someplace else. Because I want to say that this animal was then moved the next year. They kind of rotated them around because this was at a zoo near where I grew up. I don't want to name the zoo because I like the zoo. I feel like they've gotten a lot better over the years. And this was even during the time where they were good. But now, granted, I don't know the behavior of them as much. He could have just been doing his little enrichment this way. But this red panda was by himself, because red pandas are kind of solitary creatures, as I understand. Monday gave a whole talk and could probably give better information than I could on this. But I feel like that red pandas are generally solitary creatures. Like, they're not pack animals. They can, like, be friendly with each other, but they can also be adversarial with each other. And this one particular red panda was very active in a pacing sort of way. In the sense of, like, the way that my human eyes and brain were watching this and interpreting it, it kind of seemed like the red panda was like pacing almost anxiously. And in that moment, where I was mentally that day, this is years ago, I was like, you know what, little red panda dude? I'd never registered a red panda before. I'd probably seen them before, but it never really struck me as a thing that I really like. But in that moment, I'm like, I feel you, little red panda. I feel what I perceive as your mental state right now. And so I just watched him for a long time, just walking up. He was just walking several paths in his enclosure, up and down some branches and stuff. It could have been interpreted as pacing. But I do think they moved him the next year. So it could have been that he was just like kind of not in a good state. That's why I'm like, it might have been an animal in distress. It might have been. Just because it's not like horribly in distress. But again, like that kind of planted the seed of like, hey, this red panda is really cute. I kind of feel a connection with this little guy. And then that kind of was the background. And when we'd go to zoos, I'd kind of look for red pandas. Then it wasn't until years later where I was on a leadership retreat where we had to pick an animal to represent us. And that was where I was like, you know what? I love the red panda. So that's where it like really took off. And honestly, the more I learn about the red pandas, I'm like, I dig it, right? Like this was a good choice because again, they're kind of evolutionarily distinct in their own way. Yeah, exactly. We're getting the red capital R panda lore. Exactly. So that was the guy. And I felt like a connection with that guy of like, in that moment, I'm like, dude, I feel you, right? So if you'd seen a koala or something and said, we might be watching Gray the Koala underscore right now. Definitely with the underscore. There are definitely cases of animals who are stressed in good zoos, Aquaria, but usually in a good zoo, they're being actively evaluated. Yeah. Now, again, what the facts are, I visited the zoo that day. The red panda was active in a walking sort of way. We came back the next summer and there was a different red panda here, and there was information posted. Hey, okay, give us a koala fact. The little koala, yeah. That the next summer we visited, and it was sort of like posted that like, hey, we have a new red panda this year. We've with partnership with other zoos, we've shuffled some red pandas around. Now, why? I don't know. Could have been that. It could have just been maybe this is a regular thing. I don't know. I don't want to get people off on that rant, but just in that moment, I'm like, I feel you. And then honestly, like also, the more I watched, I'm like, this guy's really fucking cute too. That might also be SSP. What is SSP? Did you say SSP before? What is SSP? But yeah, that's sort of the origins of Red as a red panda enthusiast. Because I gotta admit, I'm hooked now. Like, I have a bunch of plushies. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5. I have 5 plushies on my side of the bed. Incoming text wall. Great. I will continue to yap while you're text walling. I have 5 plushies on my side of the bed. A 6th one that's down on the floor. The 6th one is Toothless from Build-A-Bear. Unrelated. But of my 5, 3 of them are red pandas, and 1 of them is a panda wearing a red panda suit. And then the last one is a penguin dressed up like Buzz Aldrin. So, that I got from the Great Lakes Science Center. In fact, when I went to Chicago on my little train expedition, when I was at the Field Museum, I bought myself another red panda plushie. Because it will work. It's what works for me. So therefore, that's what we're doing. And honestly, it will happen again. So if you ever are buying an IRL gift for Red and you're not sure what to do, red pandas. So anything red pandas. My first manager at my current company bought me for a Christmas ornament one year a little red panda that's adorable, and I still keep it. SSP, Species Survival Plan. Oh, okay. In order to keep an endangered species in an AZA accredited facility, you must have that animal in the SSP, which basically figures out I'm like, yep, I have a feeling we're getting into breeding. The best breeding options, and as a stud bookkeeper and a taxon, it could very well have been that. In fact, if I'd read the thing and paid it, it might have been that. So it's entirely possible with SSP. As soon as you said Species Survival Plan, I was like, yes. You gotta spread the gene pool around, baby. You have a red panda beanie baby? Oh my God, that's adorable. I also have a love-hate relationship with where red pandas sit in sort of the zeitgeist. Red Create, hello, hi. Welcome in, happy Monday. Your red pandas named Red are based. I know, aren't we? It's fantastic. Welcome to the just chatting stream that's not really a Clair Obscur. We've been here for 3.5 hours. We're probably not getting into the game tonight, and it's fine. Red Create, welcome in. I know, red pandas named Red are based. I think that I sort of am bummed that red pandas aren't more popular, as in like there's no red panda emoji on my phone. But at the same time, I'm also like, I don't want red pandas to get too popular, because then it's like, well, I feel like a fucking hipster then. Oh no, Panda Red getting bamboozled. But yeah, stud bookkeeper, only handsome men and women allowed to take this job. I mean, listen, right? Clair Obscur, more like Cleon Nervous. I don't know. Bob, that's too deep for me. That's too much for me. I can't. Thank you for the lurk, Red Create. Appreciate it. Scroll on some of this shit, please. So yeah. Anyway. Like for instance, the Field Museum.
Red, it's Monday Moon would like to remind you to take a
Thank you, Monday. It is getting a little dry in my throat. The Field Museum to my knowledge, has 0 taxidermied red pandas in the museum. It's possible I missed it. That's why I'm going to preface that, qualify that with to my knowledge, because I looked around. I was pretty thorough in my walking around, but I also wasn't thorough enough, maybe. They did sell them as plushies in the gift shop, though. So, like, it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Now, there's also plenty of zoos that have red pandas as, like, some of their higher level, you know, advertisements on their things. Yeah, that's fair. There's a ton in any museum. Exactly. So it's like, it's there. A red panda is a good staple at a zoo, though, right? Like, it's pretty standard to be able to find a red panda in a zoo. So it's not like even more obscure animals where maybe it's there, maybe it's not. So, like, we're in a weird spot in the cultural zeitgeist, which might be redundant in saying that. But yet, there is no red panda emoji, which is rude. You've never actually looked for a red panda. Oh my God. Bob, you say that in my chat? No, that's valid. Again, they're not for everybody, right? Like, I'm kind of also happy to be like, hey, red pandas are this niche thing. Because then it's like, hey, it's cool. Ban me now and listen. But it's at the same time, it's also good to be like, hey, everyone recognizes how cool red pandas are. TikTok definitely knows that I like red pandas because I get a lot of red panda TikToks. It's all kind of the same clips, all worked with different sounds, but I'm like, I love a good red panda. You're used to having a red panda logo zoo. It's usually sleeping and being cute, right? Roz should ban you again. I know, right? I do look forward to Roz's schedule getting a little bit lighter and when Roz can spend some more time with us. But Roz had some life things going on, so it happens. Ugh. Ouch. Yeah, the game's not happening tonight, chat. It's pretty much official. Yeah, exactly. Here's to Roz getting good rest when she can. She's working on some commission style stuff. She should hopefully getting into August be getting back into scrubbing my VODs and getting clips. Hopefully. Roz should clip out. Right? Well, there's a clip exists now, so I could always. Well, I could always also like get a clip of it. I need to go back and see how long that is. If it goes longer than a minute, then I need to make a little highlight of it. Yeah, but I can always go back through and like I can edit the clips and extend the clips as long as the VOD is active. So I have 2 weeks. It also exists on YouTube. So I could just, I don't know how to, you can clip on YouTube. I don't know how long the clips are. I need to go look and see how long that segment is though. That is the preview of the to be scheduled Red karaoke stream featuring the talents of maybe members of the community to fill in and help. This is not an official announcement. I need to sleep on that like a lot of times because it needs me to figure out a new physicality of the space, and also it needs for my family to not be annoyed with me singing back here. Which honestly, I mean, it's always fun when I am ending stream. I've done my cleanup. I've shut everything down, which is a whole thing. I've double checked a few little numbers that I check after every stream, and then I go out there. And Sage is always like, I heard you got a couple of raids, or I heard this, because again, I'm not quiet back here in the bedroom. And I tend to get really loud during raids. You heard your first raid of announcing official karaoke night for this upcoming Friday. No. Yeah, don't be suspicious. Don't, right? Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Money. Red should do stuff when he wants to. Exactly. That falls very much under the category of don't do something just because you think your audience wants to watch it. Do something because you want to do it. but I do like singing. One of the highlights of, we're not doing a trip back to visit family this summer. One of the highlights of that trip is usually singing one of our favorite musicals in the car. Be it Rent, be it Chess, be it Hadestown, be it something else. Or just generally sing along with songs. Amen. Exactly. And I'm really working, as I've mentioned, I'm really working to embrace that and be like, look, I'm just going to do the things that I want to do. Make it a stream that I want it to be. Some of the community might not like that, and that's okay. It could even go so far as it could piss off some people. I don't know why it would. But again, you can't please everybody. And honestly, have you seen everybody? A lot of them aren't worth pleasing. Oh my God, no wait, what is it? You're a people pleaser? Name 3 people who are pleased with you right now. Shit. You're a people pleaser? Please yourself. Fuck. Yeah, no, you don't want to, right? You don't want to please everybody. There's a lot of people that you don't want to associate with. You got to do what brings joy. Exactly. I saw a post on Reddit today that was like, has anyone else started streaming and decided they don't like it? I'm like, well, they probably just stopped streaming then. Like, I enjoy this, but I'm sure there are people. You had a furry karaoke at a local bar the other night? Oh my God, that's awesome. Also, Hadestown, right? I know. Yeah, I need to get tickets. I need to get tickets for the Hadestown Pro Shot. Yes. That's like next week, right? Fuck, that's next week. I need to get tickets for that. We saw it. My wife and I and my child saw it OBC on Broadway 3 times. OBC being original Broadway cast. It is this Friday. Okay, fuck, it's literally coming out. Okay. I need to, oh God, I need to get, well, I'll get tickets. It's because it's only for like a week. Shit. Okay, maybe Saturday night. Maybe Saturday night I can get tickets. We got plans for Saturday, but maybe Saturday night. Thank you for reminding me, Red. Oh my God. Other Red. Other Red. Fuck, and that, yeah, in fact, I should, let me put it, because there's also, like, we'd talked about doing, I gotta get so many tickets. Not really, but, not Hadestown, Hadestown, I'm putting it on my to-do list. Hadestown Pro Shot. Not Pro Shit, Pro Shot. Such a good fucking show, such a good show. Honestly. You haven't heard of a Pro Shot before? That's really, yeah, like a great example that a lot of people can probably relate to is on Disney Plus. If you have Disney Plus, there is the Hamilton Pro Shot. So a Pro Shot is literally just they film a Broadway show, but they like they don't just like stick a camcorder in the back. They're actually like up, in some cases, like up on stage. They've got camera positions set around. They try to film it over usually a couple of performances and stitch it together. And the audience is aware of like, yes, we are filming the Pro Shot. Because there's a lot of people that are like, yeah, I want to be there when you're shooting the Pro Shot. Like, I don't mind a cameraman up on stage, camera person up on stage. Like, let me just get in there and see it. So, yeah. The best version and angles. Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the big selling points of this one. At least one of the big advertising points of this one is like, hey, you get to see a new version of this, because like, again, if you've gone to see it on stage, you see like the stage version and stuff there, but it's the same version, but like all, you know, the actors are older, but like you get to see like a more immersive version of it. It's so good. I mean, you know how it ends, right? But yeah, exactly. It's watching the musical, but with artistic direction and framing and intention. Yeah. And you get to be like, you get to like get close up with the performers and really like you get to see the emotions. You can see Patrick Page's leg in the full cast because he did something to his Achilles tendon like a few days before. Patrick Page being the original Hades, which honestly, that dude's voice is phenomenal. He's the one you want. Like, whenever I do occasionally like sing little blurbs of his songs, but like I can't do his voice justice. He is like he's a good bass. Oh, he's so good. There was, oh God, Andrew Lloyd Webber, since like Cats the Jellicle Ball announced an earlier closing date sometime in August, but it also spurred this interesting discussion again. And if no one is up for this stuff, it's fine too. But I feel like saying it. Andrew Lloyd Webber came out, and at least there seemed like a brief discussion. I don't know how much it's going to go anywhere. Of like the math around Broadway shows is getting harder and harder to do, at least at a time that in a way that's affordable for people, because of like. I mean, chess also announced an early closing, but I think there's other reasons for that. And chess is one that again, weird about chess, but weird in good ways, I hope. But just like, he's kind of calling for theater owners and producers and unions to come together and like figure out how do we sustain in a way where artists can make a living off of doing this, but also like it doesn't become so unaffordable or so unworkable where shows just can't happen anymore. Because he sort of predicted, which again, he's just one person. He's got a lot of experience in Broadway and in theater. So you could take that, but he is just one person of like, you don't want to get to a point where like there's empty theaters because it just doesn't financially make sense to do Broadway anymore. I don't know what the answer is. And it's certainly not, don't pay the actors or don't pay the artists. It's also like a bigger economic question too, which could explain getting the pro shot out in the first place. It could be part of it, yeah. That makes things way more accessible. That's one of those like weird areas, not one of those weird areas, but one of the things is like, they tend to do, I don't know if it's a policy to do pro shots. I think it comes down to the production of whether they do a pro shot or not. But pro shots exist for far more productions than you will ever be able to watch them for. Some of it is a preservation thing. Some of it, like Hamilton's kind of a unique case in the sense that like they put the pro shot on Disney Plus because there's usually a push to like not make that more accessible because we want you to come to Broadway and buy the tickets and see the show live, because that helps the economics of that particular production of it. But I think Hamilton doing their pro shot and then opening it up on Disney Plus during the pandemic kind of changed the discussion a little bit. Like, it's interesting that Hadestown is getting a theatrical release of their pro shot. Because again, that's not a thing that usually happens. So it'll be interesting to see how that, if that changes over time, if that's a way for like, because again, it's a business, right? It's not show friends, it's show business. If that changes some of the economics of shows, and I've also heard talk and seen talk of like, sometimes you do the Broadway production because now like you are setting the blueprint of this show, and now also you have like the licensing costs and the royalty costs of that show. So you own that for a while. You buy that and you put on a Broadway show in order to secure those costs. So now when there's a tour that happens, or when there's regional productions that happens, they pay the royalties for that, and now you own the rights to that, and now you're getting income from that, as well as there is sometimes a desire to replicate, duplicate, recreate the show in other environments based off of what is now the current version, based off, because Broadway is like the defining thing, right? So whatever, like Cats the Jellicle Ball will now become a thing that replaces a lot of the Cats productions, because that is, or it'll run in addition to it, because it's now a thing that exists. There wasn't any new music that I'm aware of for it. It's all the same music. It's just a revisioning of Cats. But now there's that, and if anyone wants to put on Cats the Jellicle Ball, they have to pay the royalties to the current holders, which is, I think, still ultimately Andrew Lloyd Webber, and maybe some of the producers that were involved in this one. So that's like one of the reasons why people will still do revivals and still put up Broadway shows, is because you're just setting that precedence of, I am now the royalties owner. And then Cats is such a weird musical. It really is. I mean, he took Old Possum's Book of Cats and wrote music for it, and then put in something of a story, kind of. And apparently Cats the Jellicle Ball makes it more of a actual story and plot with it, kind of. I haven't seen it. I don't intend to see it. Don't want to. Yeah, the music is great. Yeah, the plot, what's the plot? But yeah, right there's a plot, allegedly. You just watch the movie. The hope not that version, right? Not the butthole edition, right? We hope. It's an experience and that's enough, right? Oh fuck, that version. I was mildly excited for that one, and then no. God, no. Absolutely the fuck not. I don't like it when Hollywood brings movie stars to sing Broadway songs, because then you get Russell Crowe fucking up Javert. Jesus Christ. God, it makes me want to just shove plungers over my ears. You get Cat James Corden, right? Did they digitally remove the buttholes? Is that what it was? Which they would have digitally given them in the first place. So yeah, that's part of what you do on Broadway is you're setting that, and so sometimes you just run the show just to run it, and it makes me sad when, like, yeah, so much of it does depend on, unfortunately, like, stunt casting. Now you need a name, you need that stuff. Stop it. Jennifer Hudson can actually sing. Yeah. That's one of the reasons. Where were we talking about this? I think it was on Friday, where, like, Has Been Hotel. Yeah, I think this was Friday, because I remember I was actually talking about this. Has Been Hotel. The music slaps in a good way. Because, in my opinion, they got Broadway singers. They got, like, actual Broadway singers. Alex Brightman, Jeremy, what's his face? A couple other people, that I can't remember off the top of my head, but I would know them if I saw them. Like, they got some of those, and, like, the quality of the singing shows. You are interested in Jellicoe. Yeah, like, you grew up. Yeah, like, I mean, I'm kind of curious, but I have other shows I want to see. There's an Arthur Miller show coming out with Sam Rockwell that we want to see. And what is there any other Broadway shows? Well, we're kind of at the we're getting in between seasons right now. Like, we got to wait until shows start opening up again. Again, like, shows are closing. We're gonna see things start to open up again, come around in the late summer, fall. I think is how that works out. As we see new shows start to come in and do their stuff. So I'm curious what comes into with the next season. Oh, fucking Paddington is coming to Broadway. Yes, we need to see Paddington. Oh my god, because that ran in the West End, and they have, like, their Paddington. Their Paddington is so fucking cute. It's adorable. I know, it's so fucking cute. Like, they have a person, a little person inside, but there's also someone doing the voice, and, like, the animatronics or something in the face, like, they have a Paddington walking around. It looks so cute, and it's coming to Broadway. Oh my god, I gotta get tickets. We have to see Paddington, yes. I don't remember what else is coming this season. We'll have to keep our eyes open. But yeah, Paddington is it just looks so fucking cute. It's adorable. Now, that's an exception to my usual rule of, like, I don't want to see stuff that was other media first that they're bringing to Broadway. Something Back to the Future the musical. I'm sure the scene with the DeLorean flying out over the audience would have been fantastic at the end. I had no interest besides that. Although, let me tell you, seeing King Kong the musical was fucking wild. That gigantic puppet, and Sage and I were in the second row, and, like, seeing that thing, like, they brought him out to the edge of the stage, and he's, like, swiping out. It's above us, like, holy shit. They made a special award just for the puppeteering in the King Kong musical, and they fucking deserved it. It was fantastic. You've never seen this in print. Wait, how you actually spell it? Jellicoe? Oh. I need Beeb to be in here to be like, Jellicoe or something like that. Or you mean Jellicoe? No, how do you pronounce it? How do you spell it? Jellycat is something else entirely. It is... I'm gonna copy paste this in. Jellicoe. Jelly cold, there's that too. The best way to go on a thing. Honestly, again, spell it however you like for the most part. Yeah, we're not playing the game tonight, chat. We've chatted the whole time. It's fine. And honestly, I gotta be, I kind of wasn't feeling it tonight. So that's why I was happy to just chat the whole time. Jello-Co. That sounds like a Fallout thing, honestly. It coming out in Fallout Season 3. Jello-Co. I had Dr. Pepper Jello. I mean, Dr. Pepper is its own cult too, yeah. Yeah, sometimes you just have a chill stream, exactly. Yeah, it's not that I was like hating it, but I was just like, I'm just not feeling Clair Obscur tonight. I don't know why. I'm liking the game. I'm still very much liking the game. But I think a just chatting stream was needed tonight. And also because, again, like, today was a day to get a lot of things done. We needed to get some paperwork stuff filed. I needed to get ready because, again, next week we're moving a storage unit. So I needed to get, like, a few things. Like, I needed to get a van rented. We're just renting a minivan. I needed to get the actual storage. Like, that's all taken care of now. When I am having, like, when this is interrupting my sleep because my brain won't stop trying to figure out logisticalizing, that's a problem. That's when it's like, I just got to get shit done then. And that was today. And then I played a little bit of my little factory game and started to plan things and whatever. I may or may not pop it into the Discord later this week. We'll see. What defines a little? Oh, wait, a little bit. What do you mean? What did I say for a little bit? A little bit of factory? It was mostly planning. It was mostly getting research done and then looking at what comes first. A little bit. Okay. A little bit of factory time was like an hour and a half. So like 90 minutes. It was from between 5 and like 6, not even 6:30. So a little bit over an hour. Sometime between 5 and early 6 o'clock. Maybe a little bit before 5. I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. Because I needed to start planning what's coming next. And it was a lot of like, okay, I'm going to crunch more numbers in a spreadsheet. Which then I had a moment of like, I have to figure out how to crunch numbers in a spreadsheet again. Ugh, it's weird. And then I had to start looking at the map and being like, where can I do this? Start planning things out. So for later in the week. I might just broadcast it and, you know, just chill. And again, if people want to hop in and watch, you can hop in and watch. It's not a stream. It's not any of this. Sometimes I'm not even talking. How to crunch numbers. 1, put them on a baking sheet. Oh, wow. 400 degrees for 50 minutes. Wow. They get crunchy that quickly. Did you know that 400 degrees Fahrenheit is 204 in Celsius? Good bot. Congratulations to tonight's stars of stream. Grape Collie, Monday Moon, and Morty. I'm kind of proud of that little temperature conversion thing that I put together. I didn't do the actual math comes from, you know, the internet, but all the rest of it was me, which is not hard. Why is encoding getting overloaded? What is going on the PC? I don't understand. 69 degrees is 21 in Celsius. There you go. What is 69 in Celsius? What is that in Fahrenheit? I mean, it's like really fucking hot, but I know that like somewhere in the 30s it goes from being hot to being way too hot. It does not do Kelvin. It just does Fahrenheit and Celsius. 69 Celsius, 156 Fahrenheit. It should also detect if you put a Celsius and a Fahrenheit, it should not trigger because it assumes that you've done the conversion yourself. In theory. That's also part of the reason why. See, there you go. 25 Fahrenheit is 180 degrees Celsius. So there you go. So it should. That's also part of the reason why. Well, I only have the one number. Wait, no, it doesn't trigger on itself somehow. Oh, wait, I think that's a thing in there. Whatever. God, Red, stop trying to talk about stuff. It's fine. Congratulations, chat. We played 0 of the games tonight. We have beaten 1337 in Celsius is 2,439 in Fahrenheit, as everyone knows. Yeah, 0 games to go. This surpasses that one, kind of, that one Signalis stream. That one Signalis stream where we played about 15 minutes of the game. But the difference is we were trying to play the game that time. We were in the game scene, and I got distracted so many times throughout the course of playing the game that in a 3-hour stream, we played about 15 minutes. This time, we never even tried. But that's good, though, because we're acknowledging, hey, the chatting's just going to happen. And that is what needs to happen. Yeah, sometimes 1 must 5. So in a minute here, during the break, I'm just going to go to the ending scene, which looks a lot like this one, but just has different text on it. How dare I not play my bamboo request? Bob, I did once. I guarantee one stream. This was almost stream 9 of this, technically. It would have been if we'd have played it. This still counts as time in Steam, though. It's fine. All right, wait. I'll wait until I get into the scene, and then I'll start shutting stuff down. Your bamboo request is 15 streams of Desert Bus. Oh my god, that would be a wild stream. Just, excuse me. Yeah, just occasionally, just like nudge it back over. Just stay on the road, please. Just nudge it back over. Be fun if you stream that game and just chat. Yeah, well, that's the thing is, like, you probably could, but I need to pay just enough attention to again, occasionally just keep us on the road. Just keep us on the road. Oh my god, but if you crash, how long does it take to do Desert? How long is the drive in Desert Bus? What, the Sega Genesis game where you drive real time to Vegas? It's kind of. It's like a troll game. Twitch drives Desert Bus. Oh my god. I talked about this a little bit during the broadcast. I actually was almost set up to do Twitch plays Legacy of the Ancients. I was starting to figure out like how to make it all work, and I had it technically, like, I had a plan to do the technical implementation. I just didn't, because I was like, it doesn't seem good. Twitch plays Fortnite. I kind of made a joke of like Twitch plays Satisfactory. Twitch plays Desert Bus could be fun. I have wondered how to do a similar Desert Bus for Hope. Oh, okay, that'd be like a charity thing would be cool. An all-day chaos stream thing with it. Yeah. Do we know? Does anyone know the exact like about how many hours it does take to do Desert Bus? Because there's no fast travel. You're doing a real-time drive, 8 hours. Okay, that sounds about right. Because it's a long real-time drive where, like, I don't remember if it's in a straight line or not, but like the bus veers to the side, so you can't just like set it and forget it. Yeah, okay, the road is straight. Yeah, I'm like the trouble is the bus veers. The bus does not drive straight. Yeah, and again, like, that's my thing is, like, I could chat, but I'd have to pay attention. Someone has to watch. Yeah, someone has to watch the bus. See, that could be fun. Actually, depending on what the control scheme is, this could work with StreamerBot, right? Chat could play Desert Bus. That's another stream possibility. Is chat could, we could do a karaoke stream. We could do a chat plays Desert Bus where I just let chat drive the bus. See how far we can get. Because StreamerBot can, again, take a character input. So just be like, all right, here's how you make it veer. Chat plays Desert Bus while Red sings karaoke. I think we need a third thing, and then we got it. I think we need 3 layers on that stream. And that's 2 of them. Yeah, so you put one person out on bus doom duty and then yap, right? There you go. So yeah, just 99 bottles of root beer on the wall. Crowd control? Crowd control, desert bus. Chat plays desert bus while Red sings karaoke. Maybe. Can I add road spikes? Maybe. I mean, if it's a thing. If it's a thing. All right, I'm going to switch over to the end talk now. It looks a lot like that scene, but it triggers some stuff in my bot. I'm going to start shutting down some stuff now. Like, I don't need that open anymore. Yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out tonight. It was fun. I'm glad we did it. What did we do? We just yapped. It's fine. and honestly, I think we all needed a good yap tonight. Oh, Bob's getting an ad for data centers. Oh no. Yeah, I thank you everyone for listening for 4 hours of Red talking, for giving me enough stuff to talk about for 4 hours. Damn. Powering Pennsylvania. No, it's literally doing the opposite. It's doing the opposite of powering Pennsylvania homes. Paying for every... Yeah, they fucking better. I like this commentary from ads, actually. Kind of fun. I'm gonna start bringing up the Twitch discovery mechanism. It's fine. By the way, I'll wait until we're out of ads before I do the spieling. What are you playing? That ran really fast tonight. No, maybe it didn't. It took some time. Oh, I must not be following you. My bot suggested someone that I'm not following, which makes sense. I think this is one of the stream team people somewhere. Yeah, your stream team, you rated me 1 point. You should know this stuff. They're playing. Speaking of driving games, they're playing Pacific Drive. That's a game that I've kind of wanted to play too. I've heard mixed reviews on it though. Yeah, it kind of does seem neat. The semi-horror driving game that I've heard like has moments where it's fun, but also has moments where it's like kind of dull. But honestly, like what game doesn't, you know? I'll tell you what game doesn't. Never gets dull. Satisfactory. Satisfactory doesn't have a dull moment. No, there's plenty of waiting around for shit to happen. I'm going to look and see who else is out there, but this might be the person we raid to, which is fine. I like to listen to my bot doing stuff. Alton Pepper, thank you for the 3-stream streak. Okay. People are coming out of ads now, so again, thanks everyone for hanging out tonight. That was some of the... So, okay, what we did tonight was we did the Clair Obscur version of gameplay, where we didn't actually do any gameplay, but we talked about gameplay, right? So we can imagine the gameplay happened, but we just talked about it. Salt and Pepper, you're very welcome for stream, and welcome and happy Monday. Welcome in at the end. I know. Thank you for the lurking. It's fantastic. It was a concept of gameplay. Right, we're just giving back to Clair Obscur what it gave to us last stream. So yeah, if you've been hanging out, wandered in expecting gameplay and got none of it, or just generally want a refresher, hello, hi, I'm Red the Panda, cybernetically enhanced Red Panda VTuber and variety streamer. I play all kinds of games from puzzle games to survival builders to mascot jump scare horrors, or sometimes we just chat the entire time. We can officially say we've done it. Right? I know. I stream Mondays and Fridays at 8 p.m. Eastern. We're usually live by like 7:15, 7:30. And most of the time we're in the game by 8. But chat has found the superpower of distracting Red for 4 hours tonight. It can happen again. But I do post my schedule every Sunday in the Discord. I try to post what games I'm playing. We will be back with actually more Clair Obscur probably next Monday. This Friday, I have no idea. There might be a collab. There might be not. I don't know. I need to check in. It's more of like the other person is very much in for it. I just need to be like, yes, I'm going to do this. I'm dragging my feet. I don't know why. I'll ask therapist me about that at some point. But yes, thank you to Bob for the bit. Singular. Yeah, so if you want to get the schedule, it is posted again every Sunday, and it is posted with that hammer time thing, which means it is in your own time zone. So if you are not in Eastern time and you don't want to do the time zone math, you can just look there and it'll tell you when it is. Tell you what day of the week it is, what hour of the day it is, all that good stuff. You're very welcome, Bob. And you're very welcome to anyone I hasn't already said thank you to. But yeah. Now is the last chance to grab your daily bamboo and contribute to our bamboo forest. Remember that once you collect 30, you can request one stream of a game off my backlog or shelved list. If you want to get a game on the backlog, again, mention it in the Discord. We have a Discord mention up above. Steal Roz's bamboo. I mean, listen, you don't use it, you lose it. So, although you're at the point, if you have, I mean, you're at the 22. So if you had stuff, you get the discount. Ish. Okay. We're probably going to raid out to Dalrent from the Eldenwood stream team. They are playing Pacific Drive. I've not seen Pacific Drive, so I'm technically stealing spoilers right now. You don't know what game to request? I mean, you could always just troll request more Clair Obscur. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. Wait a minute. Have you gotten 22? Wait, because you request. I guess I had a little bit of a lead up to it. Because we're still playing the game that you requested. And we haven't been going. I guess we're about 9 streams. 8 or 9 streams of this, I think, looking back at all the schedules. And twice a week, so about 18. Plus a few if you bambooed. Maybe. There are the links to the backlog and shelf list. You can also see on that site, you can see every game, I think it's every game. Every game I played, including those I've abandoned and are put in the sin bin. Those we've rolled credits on when we've beaten. There is a list of games that I'd like to play, which is the backlog. There's a few other ones you might be able to find as far as like wish list, which are games that have not released yet that I'm keeping an eye on. There was a delay before the first stream, but I think you had more. Yeah, oh, you might have had some of that. Or I hacked your streamer bot. You might have. I mean, honestly, I accept a lot of raw input into streamer bot, which is a horrible thing to do. So yes, we're gonna raid out to Downrent because I have yapped for way too long. And I need to probably, I'm gonna hydrate one last time. But I need to clean up and go to bed. So I can be a good contributing member to capitalism tomorrow. You know what I mean, Vern? This is...
Red, it's Monday Moon would like to remind you to take a drink.
Thank you for the official one. I just took a drink, so I'm going to count that. Oh, actually, you know what? No, I'll take a drink still. The farmer was replaced, Bob, with the automation games. There we go. That's one. It's not an official request yet. He's just looking at it. But it is a thing. I'm going to kick off the raid, so if you do that, it's fine. It's another automation. Oh, God, we just hit ads. Why am I not in ads? I don't get it. Twitch is being weird in how, like, the picture-in-picture is now swapped. That's kind of neat, though. Request something maybe next stream. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, thanks, everyone. Again, thanks, everyone, so much for hanging out. This was a night I think we all needed. But I have been Red. This has not been Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Y'all have been fantastic. Thanks to everyone for hanging out. LP wants everyone to stay fierce, my friends, and we will see everyone on Friday if I don't catch you in your streams first. Bye!